for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Can we have peace? without justice.
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plustv Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plustv Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plustv Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
My name is Idore Ntoye Arulogun. Everybody calls me ID. I am a wife, a mother, an author, and also a culture, culinary, and clothing enthusiast. And here is my good old days story. I was born in Uyo, in the then southeastern state of Nigeria, which later became Cross River State, out of which the present-day Akwa Ibom State was carved out from. My parents were educationists. Both were principals of schools at some time and were at various times on postings to different parts of the state. It was known as being posted to your station in those days. Sometimes, Dad and Mom were posted to different towns and the family came together on weekends. We attended a number of primary schools subject to where our parents were posted to, and eventually we settled in Uyo, where they took on higher responsibilities in their careers. Akwa Ibom has a very rich and robust food and clothing culture. Delicious and fresh food is cooked at homes and in restaurants. Story has it that people posted to work there, even youth coppers, usually delay their return to their respective abodes as they relish and enjoy the many delicacies that kept them coming for more. Growing up was interesting. Being born to an Ibibio father, Obong Asukwo Ekpe Udo, and a Yoruba mother, Mrs. Ayo Orebo Udo, it was interesting to see two cultures attempting to blend. Due to this, it was and has always been easy for me to understand discourses around the unity of Nigeria due to this fact of my parents coming from different parts of Nigeria. Uyo then was a little town with a roundabout in the middle of town, which was called Circus. 5 major roads emerged from the circus, and every other street emerged from the 5. It was commonly joked that if you came into town and did not know the address of the person you came to see, simply stand at the circus and be sure to see the person pass by in a bit. At that time, you knew your neighbors, both adults and young. At that time also, people's cars could be identified by others by their registration numbers. My favorite time of the year was Christmas. It was the time different dance troupes comprising of dancers, drummers, and other instrumentalists, and of course their supporters, came to entertain from house to house. Traditional dances and masquerades like Abang, Ekombi, Itembe, Ekpo, and Nabo would come out to perform. After their performances, they were usually rewarded in cash or kind by their hosts, and then they moved on to repeat the performance in another compound. It was also the time for loads of enjoyment and merriment with lots to eat and drink. One thing that I remember was commonplace was that people greeted one another a lot. It was expected that you greet your elders when you see them, unlike now that young people just walk past you. Greeting is just an attribute of good upbringing and training. There are many others. Should the young people be left to continue this way, with the excuse that these are different times, the modern age? Should we see other societal wrongs and look away to mind our businesses? I don't think so. In order to expect a better future, let us get involved in pointing the young ones in the right direction, so that they too can learn good lessons they can teach the generation after theirs, thereby giving hope for a brighter tomorrow. We can change the narrative. If you think moral standards were high in those days, we have a major role to play in bringing it back. All hope is not lost. Let us consciously, in our own little space, impact on the upcoming ones those values we so much cherished while growing up. Once we achieve a high degree of compliance, then we can be more
Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Time to look at what the papers have to say. We have joining us live from Port Harcourt, right here on the breakfast, a debut for him. He's a professor of politics and governance at the Ignatius Ajuru University in Rivers State. I'm talking about Professor Kenneth Nweke. Prof, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, good morning, Nigerians. Good to be with this morning.
Thank you very much. Okay, Prof. Nweke, we'll just run through a few stories on the front pages of today's national dailies. And I'd like us to start with a look at the Nation newspaper, which has its lead story. It says banks run out of old new Naira notes to pay customers. And the writers to that says CBN fails to honor cash request. Branches shut. Does this not make mockery of a case that was taken to the Supreme Court by those governors and the resultant judgment or order from the court?
What I can say clearly is that Supreme Court or the judicial process may be concerned with the laws, but in terms of every so to speak, department and agency government have got their responsibility. Of course, you can make laws, no doubt, but there are people who are having the responsibility of can at it from any point of the city have the right to do whatever they want in terms of policy. And of course, yes, you can go to the Supreme Court, you can whatever order, but again, it is with vision of view of the to say or back to do whatever you think. Of course, they will say they are not obeying order, but you can't come and if you don't do your work, it's not possible. And so they understand what it takes to also implement the policy, the redesign. And of course, because of some interests, of course, that the policy. Of course, you can sit down in the Supreme Court and then come and do the policy. Because they are not the policy. You can't, and the system runs when not to run. So nobody can hold them liable. Of course, they have said they are complying. People to accept the old currency. So what if there's shut, so to say, and of course, you know that these monies may have been currencies may have formed, earlier, and so you expect the to return. The only thing is that they should be saddled with responsibilities of ensuring that new currencies are printed. For anyone that have gone in or had gone in into CBN's, remain in their votes, and then they can also tell you that it's not coming out, or whether it's coming out or not. You can't go to their booth to bring out money by way of legislation and other. It's not. Do your work and do my work. And of course, you should also understand that these guys may have some motives, around vote buying and other. And then there are still elections coming up in the next 48 hours or so. So what do you expect? So all these things, the money, the elections are over. Whether you like it or not, or whether you like the truth or you like life. But that is the point.
Interesting. The Punch newspaper also follows in that same spirit, looking at the pains that Nigerians are still going through despite the fresh CBN orders. But I would like us to look at a picture story and a headline on the front page of the Nation, the Punch newspaper, saying Nigeria rejoins UN peacekeeping mission. Peacekeeping mission 10 years after exit. So this is showing Nigerian soldiers with a Nigerian flag mounting UN peacekeeping helicopter, a white helicopter. We're back in these peacekeeping efforts. What do you think about that? Because some will point to the security challenges facing the country, and then compare it and ask, why are we going, or why are the soldiers from the country going to keep peace elsewhere when you have challenges right here at home? You think it's premature, this rejoining of the peacekeeping missions in the United Nations?
There's nothing wrong with that. No nation in isolation. So even Nigeria at that time, when you have onto some treaty or some kind of agreement with some organization like the UN and APO, like that what we become a member of this organization that can accept the fact that Nigeria are taking actions in terms of in part of UN peace. So we've had lots of that confronted over, and so we raise the issue much by ensuring we also maintain our and then the at the, and so probably may have taken lots of power in terms of also that may have that. Then on that there may be other motive for Nigeria troops in the United Nations, which I may not have said why. So, but if that's necessary,
Okay, Prof, it's been difficult to hear you in this last answer you're given. I think there's a sort of a network challenge. I don't know if you can hear me, sir. All right, we may have to leave it at that. We'll be back with more right here on The Breakfast on Plustv Africa. We'll look at the first major conversation this morning. Guest is already standing by as we discuss the important issue of the election coming up on Saturday, the governorship and state assembly elections. We want to preview what should we expect, especially with the earlier problems in the last election on February 25. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plustv Africa.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plustv Africa.
First on Plustv Africa, our guest is already standing by. Opunabo Nkotaria joins us live via Zoom from Port Harcourt, River State capital. Mr. Nkotaria, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thank you very much.
Nigeria.
All right. The Independent National Electoral Commission, as we all know, has today is expected to conclude, or has concluded rather, the reconfiguration of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS machines used for the February 25 presidential elections and National Assembly elections as well. Now, this is to enable them use these devices for the March 18 state elections. An official of the commission disclosed that the machines being amongst the sensitive election materials would be or will be deployed by INEC to the state offices before deployment to the local governments, wards, and polling units on election day. We hear that the Nigerian Air Force are airlifting these devices to the states around the country. Now, on Monday, it was reported that INEC had revealed that over 170,000 polling unit results from the presidential and National Assembly elections held on February 25 had been uploaded to its result viewing portal, IREV. The electoral body had added that the reconfiguration of BVAS would be completed by Tuesday in time for the March 18 governorship and state assembly elections. So what are we to expect in the forthcoming elections? Mr. Nkotaria is here to give us his expert analysis. As always, thanks again for your time, Opunabo Nkotaria. Do you expect anything different from what happened on February 25 on March 18? You know, the Bible says, can anything good come out of Nazareth? So can anything good come out of INEC this time around?
Well, considering the high blood pressure of rhetoric we got from the INEC chairman and Festus Okoye before the presidential election, and only to realize that after the elections, I mean, it was just an anemia of concrete performance. A lot of us, our hopes have been dashed and dreams shattered. Rigging, the mistake a lot of these people make is that they see rigging as a normal thing in an election. They forget that rigging is a coup covered up with niceties and complexities. It's a coup. We thought that the BVAS was going to help us realize our democratic health by expunging the cancerous incident form. But that was not the case. Rather, what we saw was an illicit intercourse between INEC and the government, INEC and APC. That was what happened. And the product of that illicit intercourse is the emergence of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president-elect of the Federal Republic. I know that the Supreme Court will have done that because the fraud is seismic, the electoral fraud is seismic, and it is one election that will be stenciled on the metal sheets of the holding generation. Never in the history of this country have we had it this bad. Not even under Morrishu. Never in the history of this country have we had it this bad. So in the forthcoming general elections, we hope that we're not going to hear those reasonable excuses anymore. INEC was given billions of naira for the conduct of this election. Not a kobo was deducted from what INEC requested for. Not one kobo. Even when Nigerians were groaning, were faced with that brilliant policy, no doubt about, but badly implemented policy of currency change. INEC was given preferential treatment. That is the truth. Because the INEC chairman himself attested to that fact, that monies, the CBN had just released money to it. So there was no excuse whatsoever, other than connivance and complicity. In this forthcoming election, which is the governorship election, I just hope and pray that INEC would have realized its purported mistakes and will go ahead to ensure that where you have just one polling unit, one policeman, example, hypothetical, one policeman at the polling unit, and the policeman feels overwhelmed. Now keep 4. Because you have the army, the civil defense, you have the police. Now keep 4. If the ones close to the polling units do not have guns, the ones outside the polling units have guns. So if you say the thugs invaded that area, led by any politician, notwithstanding his status. If you say the Turks invaded that area, the ones with guns could stop them. They could be intercepted because they're armed robbers. That's what they are, armed robbers. They could be intercepted. And whoever puts up, shoot him. You need to take some drastic steps to cure certain drastic sicknesses. If you stop because it's a Turk, he has gone. If you stop, you shoot him. Then arrest his so-called leader. This thing will stop. Not when they run away with the ballot papers and so on. You come back and the beavers machine, you come back to say, oh, this was what happened. It will continue. What are the steps you're taking to deter this person? What steps are you taking? They run with the ballot paper. Look at in some areas, I think Franga too, they are yet to announce the result. Unless they've announced yesterday or this morning. We must end this madness and this nonsense. In the last presidential election, I have a conviction that is nothing INEC chairman would do. I have a conviction that says an illicit intercourse between the INEC chairman and APC. There is no way APC would have won the presidential election in Rivers State. Not possible. And to tell you the level of connivance, look, even if they are giving to P2B, I would have accepted the result. Yes, I am for Atiku. But if they are giving to P2B, I would have accepted that result. Not Bola Ahmed Tinubu. No way. Not Rivers people. I'm a Rivers man. Even the governorship campaign council is dissociating itself from Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then who will go ahead and vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu? It was rigged. Rigged. So they must take steps. Because the INEC chairman, look, I hope they will come up with more stringent laws. The INEC chairman cannot go say, must we be able, yes, he has to be able, you cannot monitor from your office. Then you leave that seat for somebody that can monitor from his office. Mike Igini monitored from his office in the Akwa Ibom election. He monitored from his office. You must have trusted persons in your office that will monitor and give a result. Mike Igini monitored, and that was how the professor was sentenced to jail. And the other one is still facing trial. It is easy. What did they do? They allowed the likes of Mike Igini and Co. to go because they want to entrench fraud. That's why they allowed the likes of Mike Igini and Co. to go. If they want to send the likes of Mike Igini to the university, what has he done? Just how many years? They say, no, go. You're too tough for us. That's why they allowed people like that. So in the forthcoming, and sadly, I must say this, Kofi. Sadly, the most important election in this country is the presidential, unlike in other civilized climates, where the man wants to know who his local government chairman is because he's closer to the grassroots, or at best, his governor. But in Nigeria, where the president is a dictator and an autocrat, because we have presidents that have this pension for disobeying court orders in subordination to the judiciary. The judiciary has no executive powers. Excuse me. It is the executive that has executive powers. So you give a law. We've had it. I listened to Gaba Shehu, who came on there to lie to Nigerians that Mr. President has never disobeyed. What of El Zak? What of Nnamdi Kanu? What of Dasuki? Dasuki, the president even came out to say he's still going to detain Dasuki for security reasons. You cannot flout court orders. If you're going to detain Dasuki, you apply to the court and tell the court, give reasons. If it's cogent and verifiable, of course they'll oblige you. Because even the whole essence of justice is to ensure security. So they'll oblige you. You don't just sit back and ignore court orders. Look at what is happening with Naira crop. They call it Naira swap, but which is when in actual fact it's confiscation of your Naira. What is swap? I give to you, give to me. Now I give to you, I can't even have access to you. Look at what happened. Then the president is coming out. Why did you come out to say 200 Naira should be legalized, should be a legal term? Then now the Supreme Court said, no, all to 31st, you keep quiet, you're mute. Knowing too well that even you could have just called the CBN governor to say, my friend, implement that thing. Everywhere he fails to implement, he should go ahead and implement. The Supreme Court has spoken. You're mute. You're mute. And you come out to say you've never. When we have myriad of cases where Mr. President has disobeyed flagrantly disobeyed purpose. And that's why I say, Kofi, that in this immunity clause, there should be an addendum. What is that addendum? Once a president disobeys a judge, not High Court, not Court of Appeal, but Supreme Court, disobeys a judgment, an order from the Supreme Court, that should be made an impeachable offense. It should be made an impeachable offense. That should be a ground for impeachment, because you have grounds for impeachment.
Okay.
I hope Nigerians will understand that there is a great difference between impeachment and removal. Impeachment is just official indictment. When you say impeachment, proceedings leading to indictment before removal. So it should be a ground for impeachable offense.
Okay.
So that there should be some level of
sorry. Very interesting points you made. The INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, has been speaking since the presidential elections and the charade, if you want to call it that. He said that Beavers will work well for the state and the governorship elections. He's given Nigerians assurances. This was after the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president-elect. And he said that they've intensified their review, that INEC has intensified the review of the technology used for the Beavers to ensure that the issues they faced, particularly with uploading of results, will be sorted out. And he says that the commission is confident going forward that the system will work well in the governorship and state assembly elections.
I blood pressure of the settled rhetoric. I ask you, rhetorical. I ask you this question. You use the Beavers in the off-season election. You had mock trial of the Beavers. You told Nigerians that the Beavers will be used and the Beavers are working optimally. That's what you said to me. And that was why a lot of Nigerians in the diaspora
All right, Opunabo Gutara, can you hear me, please? If you can't, I'm sure probably it's a network glitch. We'll try to get back to him in a matter of seconds. I'll be prompted when he comes back on. It's a network issue. Maybe that's what the Beavers faced, on that day. But that's what the INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu has said. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu said, is that they have done a review. They've intensified. They had an intensive review of the technology, and they're going to ensure that the issues that they experienced, INEC experienced during the February 25 presidential and national assembly elections, will be a thing of the past. Of course, there are 5 things that INEC is going to do ahead of the governorship election. They have organized refresher training for ad hoc staff who took part in the last election. A refresher training for ad hoc staff who took part in the presidential and parliamentary elections in Nigeria. Of course, one of the complaints, I'm told we have Opunabo Nkotare back on the line. Miss Nkotare, if you can hear me, sorry about that network challenge. I'm sure we can all understand it happens. Please unmute your device so that we can hear you well. And then you can please proceed with the point you were making. Okay, but the commission is as one of the things that one of the complaints that we had from political parties was that, and observers was they felt that ad hoc staff of INEC were not really conversant with their processes and procedures. They were not even really conversant with the laws guiding the elections and what they were meant to do. We can see that in some instances, people took their phones to the polling booth. In some instances, people raised up their ballot papers to show, the press. In some instances, also
Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yeah. And in some instances, you have to go there. Media houses, the press were allowed to follow politicians into their booth and film them and to see what they were doing, which is against the law. So do you think this refresher training that INEC has conducted for its ad hoc staff would change anything, especially looking at the fact that some of these ad hoc staff have been accused of intentionally looking the other way?
Kofi, like I said to you initially, like at the beginning, we've lost faith. There's the last chance for Mahmoud Yakubu to redeem his image. because there is no shred of respect, not even a scintilla of it, for the INEC chairman, right? If he doesn't know. You know, Morris Iwu ingloriously was removed. And I don't know if you heard of Morris Iwu again after that. A lot of them forget that whatever you do will live with you and after you. They forget. Mahmoud Yakubu was one man that was highly respected, well written, but the presidential election rubbished his reputation. Kofi, we are not interested in the details. If you want me to be interested in the details, then bring the ballot box to my house. Bring the paper to my house. You're paid for that job. You should get ideas on how best to manage the election. You've been given every kobo you need for that election. Sava, you see, even in 2019, they were giving billions for the server. When they went, because we already lost that 2019 election. When they went to court, INEC denied the use of the server. And the court said it was not part of the electoral act. Electronic voting was not part. The problem I have in this country is that our courts give judgment and they don't deliver justice. I'm very sorry to say, most of them are corrupt. Corrupt. They deliver judgment, but they don't give judgment, but they don't deliver justice. It's very simple. I've said it here. Now you're going to tell me that you've learned from the past one, which is the most important election in the country. You have colluded to rig that election. You say you've learned because the governorship election, yes, it's as important. But in Nigeria, like I said, the most important election is the presidential, because our Nigerian presidents are autocrats. They are dictators. So let us get this, no problem. Once we get this, we know what to do. Most times you can even see the president dictating to the governor, unless you have an obdurate governor who says no, what is onions? Who knows his onions? Who say no. So now INEC is satisfied. It has delivered the country to a man and a party of his choice. A man, not just a man of his choice. Now he's telling us what happened. What were the loopholes? What were the loopholes? You did off-season elections, or show and so. You did mock trial. What again are you going to do?
Okay, Mr. Kotara,
Nigerians want to know.
Yeah, you talked about
what was the problem? And you know the most annoying thing, Kofi, INEC has been silent. It was silent for almost 2 weeks.
Okay, Mr. Kotara, yeah. Please permit me to take you back to something you said earlier. You said that they should have deploy more police officers, at the polling,
yeah, I've said all that.
Yeah, at the polling units and polling stations.
Yes, centers.
Polling centers.
Units,
sorry,
yeah. It's against the law.
Yes, polling centers. Sorry. Yeah, I said polling stations. But this it could actually be possible, looking at the fact that we have elections holding in just 28 states. So that will be minus 8 states, plus the FCT, where they don't have a governorship election, and I don't think they have a House of Assembly. So that would mean -9. But even if you have a double up of police officers, it could be alleged, or has been alleged, that the police, and it's been seen, are being part of the rigging arrangement. So may not. We look at Akwa Ibom State, where the military arrested police officers.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Kofi. I completely agree. Okay, sorry, it was on your sister station. I made that point. I said, for example, Kofi, you are in Plustv now. Even if you are not going to say it on air, or even to colleagues, you already know if you have to discharge certain functions, who to trust in Plustv. Kofi? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Please go.
Okay. Please tell them to delete the arrow in the Okunabo. They should respond it.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, please. Sorry about that.
No. It's okay. It's okay, my dear brother. We all make mistakes. I'm not bothered about that. Yes. Now, if, like I said, you're in Plustv, you might be friendly with everybody there. They might not even know your preference. But when the chiefs are down, you know who to confide in, you know who to ask for assistance and so on. The INEC chairman should do so. Because you know this excuse of, I'm at the top, so you don't expect to know everything. Yes, you are at the top. I don't expect you to know everything. But that's why you have the lieutenants. So if you don't get the feedback from the lieutenants, then your lieutenants are corrupt. If, for example, something happens, because IBP uses excuse with people's back, it was orchestrated, the architectural fraud. And when they asked her, I said, I didn't know this. And IBP said, you can imagine a president. You are managing this small place. So, now I said, that is no excuse. When something happens, it has happened in the last one. That is the presidential. What steps have you taken? Like I said, Mike Igini did in Akwa Ibom. What steps have you taken that will serve as a deterrent? It has happened. You mentioned the policemen. Have they been arrested and have they been prosecuted? And if they have been arrested and prosecuted, then it should be made public. It cannot be done surreptitiously. That will rekindle the confidence of Nigerians in the process. Because any policeman that is arrested and not prosecuted publicly, he was actually acting at the behest of the IG. If you're writing a petition, who are you sending to? You don't know to the IG or the city. When it's a good thing, you take credit. When it's bad, you say you disown it. It cannot work. You don't cherry pick in the result.
Okay. So Mr. Nkutara, you're talking about prosecution.
Yeah. No, excuse me. I'm trying to, so that we can address it. If those policemen are arrested and prosecuted, no other policeman will do it again. No amount of money you pay to him. That's the point I'm making.
I mean, even in River State, there were videos going around of
them. The rivers are not working and so on. You have experts in technology.
Yeah, I
mean, if they come and say no, there's nothing wrong with independent work. But
the question is who will arrest these policemen? Mr. Nkutara, even in River State, there are videos of policemen who were taking.
I know, that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah, to rig elections, celebrating, and I mean.
They were everything carrying the ballot papers and so on, beavers.
Yeah.
You shot them. I agree with you.
So who is going to go after these police officers? That's a big question. And we have to go, but well, INEC has said.
A policeman. No, I'm very sorry to say that was not a police officer. It was a policeman. We should make a distinction. Let's try and correct it. It was the policeman. It wasn't a police. Officers are from TSPs. That was a policeman.
Yeah.
Now, the policeman, was he not detailed? Don't they have records? Before you send the policeman out, it is recorded. So what are we talking about? There is no excuse other than complicity and connivance. Before you send the policeman out, it was recorded. From your station, before you assign somebody to a beat, is it not recorded? You say, you, go there. There is presidential briefing. You just say, there is presidential briefing, you just keep quiet. Anybody goes and comes. We are not just talking of a roving journalist. We are not just talking of somebody who just went out to search for news. But we are talking of a situation where you have to send somebody, detail somebody. You know who you sent. So if they say, pulling unit A, there is this problem. You know who to call. And in this particular case, thank God for technology, you have the video. So what is happening? Why would we know what has happened to that policeman? You tell me you're investigating. What are you investigating? What are you investigating? And the policeman will not mention the politician that asked him to do what he's doing. That politician will also be prosecuted. That's the way you stop it. That's the way you can stop this madness. Because it is a coup. Rigging is a coup covered up with niceties and complexity.
All right, we have to go. We have to go. We're out of time. But I mean, the issues are so many. You know, I mean, from INEC staff.
A portmanteau of them, my brother.
Yes. I mean, we've seen video evidence of politicians tearing, destroying ballot papers that are not, voting for their parties and all that, giving police officers money, thugs threatening voters and chasing them and all that, and nobody has been arrested.
Where a policeman was guarding somebody that was coercing people to vote.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. We have to go. Opunaba Nkutara, thank you so much for your time. Remains to be seen what will happen on Saturday. Some have said they won't come out to vote because they feel their vote will not count. Maybe we might see.
Let us just settle. There is apathy now.
Might see record low turnout.
Nobody believes Yakub Mahmoud anymore. That's the truth about it. He can't hide his head in shame. Nobody believes that man anymore. He's a disgrace.
All right. Ingotera, thank you so much for your time. In the meantime, there's action in River State where you are. I just saw recently a young man I know who is in the APC, the person, the youth wing of the party is endorsing the PDP governorship candidate. And it's a bit confusing with Labour Party as well. PDP has its own issues. I mean, it's all confusing. We'll get back to you subsequently. Thank you so much for your time and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Kofi, and good morning, Nigeria.
All right, we'll have more discussions ahead, and of course, up next, we'll look at the latest inflation figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics, and of course, the effect on an already struggling economy. Stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plustv Africa.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plustv Africa.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plustv Africa, DSTV channel
408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Africa, we are set for a final conversation this morning, and of course, as you may already have heard, Nigeria's headline inflation rose to 21.91% in February amid a naira redesign policy that was meant to mop up cash and curb excess currency circulation. According to the organized private sector in the country, the Central Bank of Nigeria's naira redesign policy has contributed to a naira crisis that has driven inflation to record highs. Nigeria's 21.91% inflation rate for February is the highest the country has experienced in 18 years. Now, data from the National Bureau of Statistics reveal that this is the second consecutive month inflation is rising in the year after it fell in December 2022 after an 11-month rise. In January, inflation rose to 21.82% from the 21.34% that was recorded in 2022. And the NBS on Wednesday disclosed that increases in the price of bread, cereal, rent, potatoes, yam, tubers, vegetables, and meat drove inflation up in the month of February. Ogbonna Okuku is an investment and economic development expert, and he's our guest for this conversation right here on The Breakfast. He joins us via Zoom from Abuja. Ogbonna Okuku, good morning to you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Some experts believe that Nigeria's current inflation figure is hugely understated, and they point to the fundamental details used to calculate this inflation has been outdated. They feel that the inflation probably could be close to, if not more than, what we have in neighboring countries who are experiencing inflation figures in the 50 percentile range. Would you agree with this?
Of course, I will, because when it comes to data collection, there are different systems that you can use depending on what you want to achieve. Now, if the data that you're using is outdated, or there are more recent figures you should use, and you carefully decide not to use those figures, there'll be no accuracy in your output at the end of the day. So what happens is, we don't even need to go far. Look at the figures, go to the market. What you bought stuff for last year and this year, are they comparable? No, of course they are not. So if you do the percentage yourself without waiting for MBS, the reality will be there, looking at you. So it's obvious. IMF have said it. A lot of other institutions have said it, and I think MBS should also begin to reconsider, the system that they're using to calibrate our GDP figures. I think there's something not right. I agree.
All right, you've said it all. The IMF said this, that we are. Nigeria has a 52% inflation and not the 21% they're talking about. Bread, a year ago, 2 years ago, was costing about 300, a loaf of bread, sliced bread, that is, not a giga bread. About 300 naira went to 400 naira. Now you buy a sliced bread for not less than 800 naira. The large type, the fancy type. It's I think you've said it all. Okay.
Even agege bread, if you look at the agege bread too, the price of agege bread would have gone up, because the flour that they use, is being imported, and then the cost of wheat, all of those things have gone up, and then the FX issues that we've had, the high cost of our being able to purchase foreign currency, because some of these things we import them, are high. So there are no two ways about it. These are simple arithmetic. We don't need a soothsayer to tell you that things have gone up even up to 100%.
Organized private sector is claiming that the monetary policy of the much touted monetary policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria which happens to be the Naira redesign policy and the cash withdrawal limits, that these have had a negative effect on the nation's inflation figures. And if we listen to what the central bank governor, Gordon Emefiele, has been saying all along, the primary reason they are implementing these policies are to strengthen the Naira and to halt, the inflation and probably drive it down, the rise in inflation. And so do you agree that the policies have had a negative effect to what it was intended to achieve?
Okay, because I wouldn't want to make anybody look like they don't know what they're doing. The reality is, I always give this illustration anytime I have the opportunity to. The fiscal policy managers and the monetary policy managers, like a football team. The monetary policy managers are defenders, and then the fiscal policy guys are the strikers. Now, the success of a team or victory of a team is more dependent on what the strikers do than what the defenders do. Now, if the monetary policy managers decide to design a program to see how to strengthen the Naira, it's simply because the fiscal policy managers have not done the right things to make sure that the liquidity, the strength of your, your legal tender it can participate in the global financial market and give you excellent results. So having said that, so you see, when a team is being won, now using my illustration with the football team, now what happens is that defenders start to come, or when the strikers are not striking well, you notice it's just not a conscious thing. It just happens that the defenders now begin to push forward to see how they can help score. So that's exactly what has happened. I do this so that everybody will be able to understand what is really going on. Now, the policies coming from the central bank does not negate the fact that there are still risk associated with our economy. The decline in oil production, the scarcity of foreign exchange because we are so much dependent on FX because we're an import-dependent country. The public finance, the way we spend our public resources, the inequality when it comes in terms of income and opportunities. So there's so much that's still surrounding the economy. So whatever the central bank does might not at any point in time, solve the problem. It might, it becomes like, okay, let's try to see if this will help. So at the end of the day, and unfortunately, this one did not help because we are not producing. So if you tighten liquidity, if
Bonakuku, I'm sorry, the network has interrupted what you were saying. I don't know if you can see us. I was going to ask you. So if you're saying it's not helped, has it made it worse, or has it probably made it less worse than it could have been if nothing was done? Mr. Kuku, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry,
please proceed. So if you're saying that the monetary policies of the Naira redesign and then, of course, the cash withdrawal limits have not really, it's not a standalone reason why we're having this inflation increase. But you're talking about the fiscal side of things. But have the policies made things worse or better? Is what I'd like to know. Because we see what's happening as a cash crunch, and even you look at the informal economy, is suffering massively because they rely on fiscal cash. So I mean, and business is slow. People can't transfer huge amounts of money, even to find the funds to do business abroad. You can't find the funds anymore. Banks are slashing what they're giving for allowances for those who are looking for FX. People are not doing business anymore because they do not want their funds to be, lost in transit, from one bank to the other electronically. Nobody wants to be a victim of that. So people are holding on to their money, So, well, you could say that this could affect, reduce inflation. But, I mean, look at everybody is going through a hard time.
Yeah, it backfired, really. Let me use the word, it backfired. And I said, and I started to describe all the other issues because when a policy backfires, we will not just look at the policy itself. whether it worked or not. We need to also, x-ray every other thing within the ecosystem that would have supported the policy. So if we want to put it, the way it is, the policy didn't work well as is right now because we don't have enough shocks in the economy to help. We can't monetize. People can, like you said, people can't even do simple purchases because they don't have the liquidity in their hands to do that. So can imagine people in the urban areas who really don't have the infrastructure to do transfers. So a lot of people are going through so much. The transport system has actually been hit so much. I'm talking about the within a city transport system. People don't have cash to pay their way home, so people now trek. So there's a lot of suffering in the economy. So the policy needs to be, we need to look at it again.
All right. We hear that the banks are now saying they don't have even the old Naira notes to give out, despite the central bank's order. Should we say, okay, hey guys, this is not working, let's revert to status quo ante?
Of course, if you don't have the old Naira, because most of when you withdraw, when there is a change in currency and then you withdraw old currency, the next thing to do is to destroy those currency because it becomes it doesn't help the economy anymore. It becomes piece of paper. So if the central bank, if what they're saying is that they've gone ahead to destroy this before the whole Supreme Court judgment and before trying to reverse the policy, so that becomes another kettle of fish. And then what we need to do is to ask them questions about what about printing more of this the new notes so that we can circulate more of the new notes within the system.
Plethora of issues that we don't know when they will be resolved. I think Nigeria has never had it this bad in its entire history in terms of not just the inconsistencies of the policies and the failure of policy, but the utter confusion because we don't know what is going on anymore. We don't even know.
I think it started from when when the Minister of Finance, when the finance minister said she didn't know anything about the Naira redesign. I was thinking back. I was a bit shocked as it was. Why would the finance minister not know about the Naira redesign? So it goes to show that people don't. There's no. They're not working together. So when people who are supposed to be working together are not working together, so these things are bound to play out.
All right. We don't even know who is calling the shots anymore. We don't know who is even in charge. Thank you so much, Obuna Okuku, for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for having me.
And that's the size of our package. The news brief is up next, but please do remember you can follow us on social media, Plustv Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and indeed Plustv Africa Lifestyle on YouTube, as well as Plustv Africa on YouTube. My name is Kofi Bartels. We return tomorrow with more on The Breakfast. Keep watching Plustv Africa.
My signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, there's just a block, you know. So sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men, you know. So it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at it.
I am Kimberly Obiabo. This is the news brief. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved 2.8 billion naira for the procurement of software for the National Population Commission for the conduct of the National Census in May 2023. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed disclosed that the 2023 Population and Housing Census, earlier scheduled for March 29, has been shifted to May 2023. He explained that the decision was necessitated by the rescheduling of the governorship elections from March 11 to March 18. FEC has also approved the Nigeria Agenda 2050, a plan aimed at increasing real GDP growth by 7%, creating 165 million naira new jobs and reducing the number of people living in poverty to 2.1 million in 2050. Now, the Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, has said 66 patients involved in the train bus collision accident have been treated and discharged from 5 state public health facilities. Abayomi disclosed this in a situation update about the accident in Lagos. He added that after a successful 2-stage triage, no other fatality was recorded among the survivors of the accident. A Lagos State government staff bus carrying civil servants from Isolo to Alausa on March 9 collided with a train at the PWD bus stop alongside Agege Motor Road with 85 passengers on board the bus and 17 persons associated with the accident, making 102 persons involved. The Lagos State Ministry of Education has said it is investigating the complaint of a parent, Mr. Barinade, who alleged that his daughter, Marvelous Barinade, was sent out of Odomola Junior Secondary School, Ekbe, for using the poster of one of the contestants in the last election to wrap his books. In a statement, the Commissioner for Education, Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, noted that the principal has been invited to explain what transpired. She reassured the public that the matter would be dealt with within the scope of strict regulations, as the reason for sending home the students is unacceptable. Adefisayo noted that the ministry promotes and runs a public school system devoid of politics and political insinuations. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Lagos State has commenced movements of sensitive materials to be used for governorship and House of Assembly elections to the 20 local government areas of the state. The exercise, led by the INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner for Lagos State, Olusegun Agbaje, and Commissioner of Police in Lagos, CP Ido Omunhawa, was monitored by various stakeholders. Speaking to newsmen, Agbaje, who noted that INEC was ready to conduct free, fair and credible elections on Saturday, called for cooperation and support of stakeholders. According to him, the sensitive materials are secured and intact for every stakeholder to see the transparency of the commission. He noted that the onward distribution of the materials from the council to the 245 wards of the state would begin on Thursday.
We are here again as the election for Saturday approaches. Election for governorship and state House of Assembly. In Lagos State, we are having about 40 constituencies where we are going to conduct election for on Saturday. And here we are at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Tinubu Square, Lagos, to collect our sensitive materials. We should be escorted from here by security agencies to all the 20 local government areas of the state. We are going to impress it on our electoral officers and our SPOs that they should please endeavor to ensure that these forms go along with the various forms going to the various PUs in the state. We have 13,325 PUs, and we are sure these forms will get to them.
The police has a responsibility to be around, oversee the sharing and distribution of the sensitive materials. It is a standard that these sensitive materials you are seeing cannot be shared without police presence. So we're here to ensure that it's shared transparently and in the presence of all the party agents and other stakeholders.
Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Ekiti State has commenced distribution of sensitive materials from the central bank in Ado-Ekiti to various local government areas of the state. The state resident electoral commissioner, Professor Abayomi Salami, supervised the distribution, which was witnessed by representatives of various political parties. Addressing journalists, Professor Salami said the sensitive materials were customized in batches for easy and quick deployment to various local government areas. Also speaking, Chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, Owola Daramola, urged INEC to ensure a seamless conduct of the election.
There's this saying that every politics is local. This is where we're actually dealing with local politics. Each constituency is a point of focus at this particular election. The one we had last time was a general election and was national. But this one, you have local election in all the constituency in Ekiti, and we have 26 of them. So there are 26 areas of focus. And therefore, it's a very serious matter, and we are not taking it lightly. And I want to assure we are even much more prepared for this one we are better prepared for this one than the last election.
Yes, so far with this process, I think it is a better arrangement because like this morning, everything probably was well organized and well planned, unlike the last one. So I think the postponement has actually yielded a positive result as of today. And I wish it continues like this until the end of the election. And I want to probably say this, that if they continue like this, I think Nigerians will have confidence in the process. But if it's now turns around and goes the other way like it was before, I think they will be disappointed more than before.
In the same vein, the Independent National Electoral Commission and agents of political parties have inspected sensitive materials sent to Benue State. The electoral umpires said the materials are safe and ready for distribution to the 23 local government areas of the state.
They were brought here shortly before the presidential election, and we were only informed that your materials have arrived. So we want to ensure that these materials are brought out, inspected by the political parties, because at the end of the day, INEC is accountable to the political parties, because parties constitute the institutional foundation of democracy. So we want to manifest that tradition of transparency by bringing media people and political parties together so that you can see that the ballot papers for the governorship election already batched on the basis of local governments, and the ballot paper for state constituency election, they are also here along with their.
On its part, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Makurdi office, said the materials were kept with premium security and will leave the Apex Bank's premises sealed and delivered.
They are as safe as that. As we are given, we transported them here, handled some form of logistics, and we're handing them over. We don't even know what is inside. All we have is a manifest, and that's what we're handing over. You need various levels of pollution to do that. You have to collide with the physical security, the electronic security, the eyes in the sky, the motion sensors, and so many other things I cannot disclose. You know, and then, you know, like in every other bank, nobody starts or finishes the process. You do your own part, you hand over to the next group, you do their own part. Various levels of authorizations, various levels of checks and balances.
From Kaduna State, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has asked residents of its readiness to conduct free, residents of its readiness to conduct free, fair and transparent elections for emergence of new democratic leaders in the country. The Commission gave the assurance of the distributions of sensitive materials to all the 23 local government areas in the state. The State Administrative Secretary, INEC, Kaduna State, Mohammed Mashi, says there is no cause for alarm as they have provided security in all polling units.
Everything is set. We are now at the Central Bank branch of Nigeria branch here in Kaduna, and what we are doing is that we are taking back the material which we reversed after we had already sent them for the 11th March state governorship and state house of assembly elections. But things are okay, and this is Wednesday the 15th. So just have 3 or 4 days more to the 18th, which is the scheduled date for the next election. So I can confidently tell you, yes, the elections are going to hold on the 10th of March 2023, talking about the governorship and state house of...
The political parties commended the electoral umpire for its readiness to deliver transparent elections in the state. Also, some of the political parties expressed concern over the omission of their party logos in the last election in Kachia local government area, urging the commission to fulfill its promise in ensuring all parties are well represented.
We have been spurred to action. People should come out en masse and monitor the distribution of these materials from the various local governments to the various wards to the various polling units, and cast their vote, stay and defend their mandate. They should not give room for any body to play any pranks on them. And I want to call on the electorates in Kaduna State to make sure that after voting in every polling unit, they should stay and make sure the presiding officer sends the results through beavers to the INEC result viewing portal before he leaves that place.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the inconclusive Umbatulu and Ikedu federal constituency poll, which will take place on Saturday 18th alongside the State House of Assembly in Imo State. As a result, the All Progressives Congress APC chieftain Charles Amadi says the party is ready for the election, explaining that the Labour Party should stop accusing the ruling party of using the military to intimidate the opposition.
There were a lot of overvoting on the part of the Labour Party candidate that we have made presentations to the appropriate INEC officials. I don't know why he would say so. Some of them have no identity. It's not a question of just putting obese signboard here and there going about on the election. I'm pretty sure there will be no be on the ballot box when we come in for a rerun. He should be able to answer his father's name. Our own candidate should be able to answer his father's name, and they go with whoever the voters love. I'm pretty sure he knows. That's why he's making crying, say, loco. That's nothing. Most importantly, this election will be determining the field.
Now, the flag bearer of the Labour Party in the February 25th presidential election has assured the people of Plateau State that he will employ all legal means to reclaim the mandate that was given to him by Nigerians. He made this known at the Yakubu Airport in Plateau State during a stopover visit to the state. Mr. Peter Obi, who was also in the state to drum up support for Labour Party candidates, urged Nigerians not to abandon the struggle for a better Nigeria, as their efforts will never be in vain.
And I'm thanking them and urging them to go out on the 18th of March to continue in the same vein of supporting that movement of a new Nigeria, which is anchored on Labour Party. Of all those who contested, I don't think you see any of them going on.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone going on? Yes, sir. Our daddy. Plateau State is one of those places that I can call home. Yes, sir. And I assure you your support will not be in vain.
What I want to offer to the Plateau State people is leadership. A leadership that is focused, a leadership that is outcome oriented, a leadership that is chaired and empowered by people who are experienced, people who are capable, people who have the capacity, people who have the credentials, and people who are compassionate. We have taken this as a genetic code from Peter Obi.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has arrived in Yola ahead of Saturday's governorship state assembly polls. Fielding questions from newsmen at Yola International Airport, he's optimistic that his party will win all elective positions. He urged his supporters to troop out and vote for Governor Ahmadu Umaru Fintiri and other candidates.
If there is any governor that deserves a second term, it should be Governor Ahmadu Fintiri. I have worked with governors from 1999 up to this point in time. I can tell you, not because he's here, I'm not afraid of him. Nobody, no governor has impacted on the lives of the people of this state better than Ahmadu Fintiri. Take the various sectors, take the social sector, take the educational sector, take the healthcare sector, and then look at the infrastructure, both urban and rural. I mean, also look at the security situation in the state. So I think he deserves a second term so that he can continue to do the good work he has been doing.
Somalia's to other parts of Africa. Somalia's military court has executed 3 Al-Qaeda-affiliated terror group senior officers in the nation's capital of Mogadishu by firing squad. The officers were found guilty of carrying out bombings and murders throughout the country, in particular in Mogadishu. According to the court, 13 people from the Al-Shabaab and ISIS terrorist group were also executed in the northeastern simultaneous state of Puntland earlier this month. The executions ordered by a military court took place around Garo and the state's commercial capital of Bosaso. The court in the region also executed 6 soldiers after they were convicted of carrying out killings in Puntland. Outside Africa, at least 10 people have been killed after torrential rains triggered flash floods in Turkey's southeastern Şanlıurfa and Adıyaman provinces. Floodwater carried away cars and debris and inundated basement and ground floors of some buildings, turning roads into rivers in central Şanlıurfa. Video from social media and local broadcasters showed the country's disaster management authority said search and rescue efforts for the missing and people trapped in their buildings continued with divers and boats. It said that more than 100 millimeters per square meter of rain had fallen in the affected provinces in the last 24 hours. Also, an explosion caused by accumulated gas in 6 adjoining coal mines in central Colombia has killed at least 11 workers and trapped 10 below ground. The explosion took place in a rural area of Ciutatausa, about 75 kilometers north of Bogota. 2 people had already been rescued and 7 escaped unaided. The wife of one of the rescued miners told local media her husband had spent 6 hours trapped before being rescued. In business news, the federal government says it is yet to harmonize efforts with states to set up palliative measures ahead of the June 2023 deadline for the discontinuation of petrol subsidy setup. The Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clem Agba, revealed this to correspondents shortly after this week's Federal Executive Council meeting, which was presided over by the President, Muhammadu Buhari. The minister noted that while the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo-led committee and the National Economic Council had no definite timeline to conclude its assignment, discussions were ongoing. Agba explained that the delay was necessary because the situation had far-reaching consequences for the nation. In entertainment news, Bobby Caldwell, who famously sang R&B hits including What You Won't Do for Love and Open Your Eyes, has died at the age of 71. The American singer had been battling an illness for many years before he passed away. Caldwell died in his sleep while at his residence in New Jersey. His wife, since 2004, Mary Caldwell, broke the news on Twitter as she thanked fans for their prayers. According to reports, the singer had not been able to walk for about 5 years as he coped with painful bouts of neuropathy and a ruptured tendon in his ankle. And sports news, Napoli Football Club of Italy has made it to the quarterfinals of the Champions League for the first time in their history after a 3-0 win over Eintracht Frankfurt of Germany. Victor Osimhen struck in each side of half time as Piotr Zielinski added another from the penalty spot to secure a 5-0 aggregate victory in the last 16 for Serie A's runaway leaders. Meanwhile, Liverpool Football of England's hopes for reaching the quarterfinals ended at the hands of Real Madrid for a third consecutive season as they failed to overcome their first leg Anfield demolition. The 8 teams that qualified for the quarterfinals include Chelsea, Manchester City, Real Madrid, Napoli, Inter Milan, Bayern Munich, AC Milan and Benfica. The draws for the semi-finals will take place on Friday. That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiabo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good morning.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian Aid's Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian Aid's, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. we should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohan Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that this one we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then, because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Right, my name is Terrietta Precious. I am an event planner, a cake specialist. I'm also a natural juice specialist as well. I deal with fruits and I try to make people live healthy lives. And business is just pretty starting up, like coming back, resuscitating after a very long break of like 5 years. And that happened because I got trafficked, and the connection came through my friend. So how it all started, so after school, I started baking even before I left secondary school. And so when admission was taking so long, and I was really eager to go back to school and all, so I started doing events, started serving at parties, following vendors to events, and I started liking the job because I'm kind of like talented in the arts. So everything event looked like fun and work for me. So I decided to build a career in that, irrespective of going back to school. And then I started training up. I naturally just have recipes in my head for cakes, and maybe when I wake up, I'll go write out what I saw either in my dream or what I thought about, and when I try it out, it always comes out nice. So my mom encouraged me to build up that career too, and that it was going to be a fruitful one. So at that point, there's this friend of mine that we kind of like, she's a bit older than I am, but we kind of like grew up together. She was always there for me because I had a child immediately after school. She was always there for me, always helping me out. So she said, since school wasn't working, then we should just venture into business. And looking at it that I was the first of 5 kids and I already had a child, school might be a little bit tight at that moment because my parents were really well to do, my mom actually, and because my parents are separated. So we used to make ice blocks and ice cubes together. We make ice blocks, we make ice. She was the one working there. So, but after her normal daily job, we now go in the evenings. So we had to take permission from her boss first. So we go in the evenings, we make ice blocks and ice cubes. We take to bars, restaurants, clubs, and most weekends when we get jobs as well, we get to supply ice blocks for events. So it started making me meet people. I started coming out more often. And people say they're liking my kind of person, like you're very intelligent. So sometimes my friend will just say, come, let's go to so place. She might not say anything, but we are certain that we're not living there without a new job to do almost every weekend. So it made me see that becoming very outgoing, and I did meet lots of people. So I knew that I was only going to do that for a short while. And then on one of the occasions, we had a very long discussion, and she was like, she's just going to be here for a meantime. She was really building that up for me to like find a basis for me to start my event management career. And I took it that she was doing me a really good favor. So not too long from then, she introduced me to a friend who brought a job, and they wanted me to plan a particular event. It was going to be an opening, which I did, and it was fine. It came out well. It was quite big, so for me it was like a major big job for me, and I was happy at the pace at which I was, pulling up the shirts, and they were really looking perfect. So one of the guys who attended the event, a friend to the convener of the event, to the owner of the event, was like, whoa, I like your industrious, I like your person, you're smart, you're outspoken, and you know how to do almost everything and do it well. Like, how do you do it? And I was like, well, it's just me, that's just the way I am. And he got really interested, and we exchanged contacts, started talking, and sometimes he just calls me, hey babe, what's up? What's your plan for the weekend? Any events? And I'll be like, yes. And they're like, okay, drop location. He'll just come around, just come and check up, like to see what's up, and always commenting, always checking up on me. So for me, I felt it was like a good thing to just have someone who you've not known from Adam, you know, become close, check up on you, and they're after your progress. And after like about 6 to 8 months of that constant checkup, he then just dropped the suggestion one day, like, he doesn't know how I'm going to see this, but there's a traveling opportunity, and he feels this should be the in thing for me, since I already have plans to further education. Already I had started NCE, I was in my 200 level. I started NCE, but it was a bit tight. So most times when it's like that, he's always like one of the people I call, like, what's up, I'm having challenges with fees, or my friend and a couple of other friends will be like, every time you have to call me either for fees or for feeding or one thing or the other. I feel this is an opportunity for you. If you can take it up, you should go to Malaysia. You're going to be working in the hair factory, because at that point, apart from making cakes and planning events, I just got talented with playing around weave-ons. And then I just started making wigs, even without even knowing that wig was going to become something that's going to be in vogue. So when they saw it and they're like, this is really beautiful, like, how did you come about this? I don't know, I just see things and I do them. So he said that this is really good. So if you're going to a company where you're going to be working with attachment, weave-ons, and then you could get another job where you can work in a restaurant, maybe as a pastry chef or as an assistant baker, where you can shuffle in between both duties, make cool cash, and say in about 6 months you must have saved up enough. And then I was like, I don't have money. I know traveling out now, most especially going to Malaysia now, should cost so much. And it was like, no, that even if I don't have cash, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, I should just leave all of that for him, that all he needs from me is my consent that I'll be willing to go. I said, but not without you telling me how you're going to go about it. And then he did explain that there are agents who are into traveling, and they help people travel either to go to school or to work. But then if you do not have money, there are people who are like investors, and what they do is to invest their money on you to travel. And then when you get to your post country, you start working, maybe like your first 3, 4, 5 months working, your salary will be used to pay them back whatever they have spent on you, but though it will be maybe either multiplied or there'll be an addition. And then he was like, I think if you are that hardworking, this shouldn't be a problem for you. So I sat down and thought about it, like, okay, so how much are we looking at here? And then he did a plus or minus $3,500 then, and then if I was going to pay back, I was going to be paying back like $700, $7,000. And I was like, okay, how much are we talking about in Naira? He did the conversion, and then he made me understand that I shouldn't even look at that money, that I'm going to be getting dinars, and that dinars is way higher than Naira. So, and he was like, don't worry, this is like the best opportunity for you. I know you're strong, I know you're hardworking, and you're very fun to be with. People love to be around you, so definitely you're going to make good friends who would even give you stipends, and you probably might not just have to pay back with all your hard-earned money. So the idea was to go work and come back to set up better or to finish up school so I can get a job. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he said he was going to, if I was ready, then he will now tell me the remaining processes. But then I have to look for like 4 extra people to make us 5. I was like, okay. And so these, my other friends, they also know this, my particular friend, Mary, that introduced me to the agent. So somehow, you know, there's no how now, friends, girls would definitely meet. And I really don't remember how my other friends got to know, but they also got to know about the traveling because he also became friends with them. But because anybody can meet anybody anywhere, I didn't really try to know exactly how they also met this same person. But then the other thing I remember was that we were all talking about this whole traveling thing, and my other friends were like, they were ready, 2 sisters and 2 of their friends, so with 5 of us. And then we started talking about it, so they were like, we're going to get at least 50K first. The 50K was supposed to be for like our passport and some other little things that we would need right here before moving, but the traveling expenses was going to be covered by the investor, the invisible investor. So I for like a month we were on it, trying to get cash, running around, and several times they did say we're going to meet one person tomorrow. They could just call up today and say, okay, we're meeting the main travel agent tomorrow, we're meeting this tomorrow, and then we go. So they asked us to bring passports, pictures, so we should come for medical tests and all that. So on the day we went to Ikorodu to meet this other set of guys. That was the day we met a magician. So he is also part of the crew. Then the magician happens to be the transporter. So he did mention that when it comes to things like this, that he normally advises young ladies not to tell anyone, and that the reason why he would tell them not to tell anyone is because they will definitely discourage you the moment you tell them someone is paying for your traveling. That families don't believe that somebody anywhere can just decide to pay for you to travel, go work and come back. So at some point he actually did some magic. So he said he was going to show us what he does for a living in Malaysia, and that he had just come back, but he has decided to rest. He wants to stay back in Nigeria to take care of his family, and that this is what he does for a living in Malaysia and some other countries where he goes to. And then he brought out stuff, sand, salt, handkerchief. Then he did turn the sand into, he did turn salt into sand, and then turned the salt again into a bird. So seeing that, we, it just blew us out kind of. And he also said that if we wanted to really go and we were certain that we were not going to tell anyone, we needed to like swear an oath and all of that. So they were going to make some concussion with new notes. So all of this is just to be secure that we're not going to be telling anybody. And at that point I was really not very down with everything, but one thing just kept sticking in my mind, which is, as far as I'm going to make myself better, as far as I'm not going to be leaning or calling or having to trouble family and all of that. And it was an opportunity for me to at least like do something tangible for myself. So I didn't really see anything, though I had doubts. I had very big doubts. So after that, they said they were going to let us know when we'll be leaving and how we will be leaving. We don't need to take anything, maybe just a bag or just maybe like a pair or 2 pairs of clothes, that when we get somewhere, we'll be going for shopping, we'll get clothes, and we'll get every necessary thing that we needed. So initially, when he started mentioning that you don't have to tell anyone, so for me, I found it very difficult that, okay, I'll be leaving my child for my mom and I won't be able to describe to my mom where exactly I'm going to or what I'm going there to do. And why would someone say, it's supposed to be a good news. So why would someone else say, don't tell your family, because they probably will not like the sound of it or they will discourage you. For me, I feel that should be a good news and you should share. So, but he made us to believe that when you do that, they will discourage you and you might end up missing an opportunity of a lifetime. And another thing that got me thinking was the fact that he did mention that a lot of girls do go and they come back, they get to do big things for themselves. He also mentioned that apart from working in salons, restaurants, that some people go there to hustle. So when I heard the word hustle, I actually did ask that, what's the meaning of hustle? And it was like, regular hustle though. I'm like, no, the way that word sounds to me, the way you're saying it, looks like there's a different meaning to hustle. And then he now expatiated and said, some girls do go there just to go and work in brothels and come back. I'm like, okay. So hearing that started making me think, like, okay, this means that there is something he's not saying. So then I now asked clearly, what exactly are you taking me to this country to go and do? He now asked, what did you tell your friend you want to do? I said, no, I didn't tell him. He suggested that since I am good in these areas, so I can work in a restaurant and then also work in a hair factory. And he was like, so that is what you are going to do? So I said, okay, and waited for the day they were going to call. So on the day he called, that's the initial guy that told me about the traveling opportunity. He called and said, okay, so get ready by next week. We are moving by next week Sunday. It was supposed to be a Sunday. I said, okay, no problem. And then on getting to Ikorodu, I found out that my other friends weren't there. So I asked, what's up, what happened with the other friends? And it was like, they couldn't come up with even money for their passports, which was 50K. I was like, oh, because I saw one of them that morning and I was like asking her, babe, how far? She was like, that she's not sure that she's going. That's the one that has a sister. And that again, that their mom told them that it's not a good journey, that they shouldn't go. And that if she would advise me that I shouldn't go, for their mom to say it's not a good journey, I was like, why at the dying minute? So to me at that point, I just thought that, okay, maybe this is why these guys were always saying don't tell anybody. So I just went because I'd already packed my bag. So I went to Ikorodu, and then on getting to Ikorodu, we passed the night in Ikorodu. They said we were waiting for 2 other people to join us, and the next day he took us to Agbara. On getting to Agbara, it's a lady's house, and I met the owner of the house and about 3 other ladies. So he said, so this is the person that is your real travel agent. She's the one that is paying for you. She's the one that is helping you to travel to the person who sent money to her. And I said, okay. So what I told my mom when I was going to leave, I told her that I was traveling and that it was going to take me maybe like 6 or 8 months to come back. And she was like, what kind of a travel is that, and why are you staying so long? So I told her that it's a friend that is helping me out, and I really do not have to do so much just to pay for my passport. So she was even the one that even gave me like 35K out of the 50K that I gave those guys. And when I explained to her that it's a friend, and she already knows the guy, so the guy as in became very close. During one of our school parties, my mom's school party, he actually came around. He comes, like everybody now knew him. So when I mentioned his name and my mom, okay, she didn't see a reason to question, because this is someone that everybody has come to know very well. So she was like, okay. So that day I told her was the day she gave me the money, and she was like, okay, if you say that is what you want to do. But then she now asked what I was going to do about my school. So I said, already I had missed exam for that semester, and I already had missing exams from the previous semester. So when I come back, I'll sort it out. So she was like, okay, if that is what you want. But then she wasn't really like okay with it. She kept asking questions upon questions and questions upon questions. I'm like, at least you know the person that is actually working on this for me. So if there is anything, you can always ask him. So that was the last conversation I had with my mom. And at that time, there was a very big issue in the house. Oh, I was not in good terms with my stepdad and my mom. We had issues. So for me, it was just, I had it to the truth, and I wanted to just leave the house. So, and that was it. And I left. So my mom asked, so how are we going to be feeding this child? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be that? I told her not to worry, that at each point, I would always know what to do. So she didn't really bother me so much about the child because she was still little, she was just 5. At least she would be able to still feed her and do some other things. So that was how I left my daughter with my mom and left. So on getting to that house, seeing 3 other ladies, and then the lady in question that owns the house, she was like, okay, so first she gave me rules that I was not comfortable with, and no talking to anybody, you're on your own here, it's just you and your destiny, like it's just you and your destiny here, no friendship, the only business you're here for is for you to be taken to the country where you're going to. She too, she just came back, she's going to be joining us like in a month's time and all. So she said we're moving in 3 days. So in 3 days nothing was happening, and then I was forced to ask questions like, I've been here for 3 days, nobody's going anywhere, what's happening? So she was like, we're waiting for 2 more people. I'm like, that was the same thing these guys said the last time, they're waiting for 2 more people, you're also saying the same thing. So she almost snapped out like I'm questioning her too much, I'm pestering and this and that, and that I should just take her word when she says you're waiting for 2 more people, or if I was the one that was going to pay the money. So I kept quiet. So that day was a day to my birthday that year, March 2nd. So I felt, okay, since I'm still around, let me just go home. So I went home, saw my mom, saw everyone, just got stuff. So my birthday, that was on my birthday, I went home, and feel like my mom was like, what happened? You've not gone? And like, we're waiting for 2 more people. And then my mom now aired out like, are you sure this thing is really genuine? And are you sure that you're not doing the wrong thing? She kept asking questions. So she asked me to call the guy that night so that she can confirm from him. So, but I called that night, his number wasn't going through. I told her that I didn't want to stay too long so that I can get back home, get back there on time. And that was how I left. So 2 days after, we were ready, and the lady asked her brother to take us to the park. So already, while the magician guy was talking to us a few days earlier, he had mentioned that we were going to go by road to an extent, and that the reason we're going by road to an extent is to avoid wahala from immigration and all of that. And to me, I was just wondering, but why are you trying to avoid these people if this is genuine? But I couldn't really ask too much questions. So he said we're going to go by road to a particular extent. So when the guy said we're going to the park, it took us to a park at Yanopaja, and then we entered Kano. So I now asked, why are we going to Kano? Then he said, that's the first place we are going to. That's where I will meet the people that will now take us to where we're going to. So at this point, we're 4 ladies and the guy. So he stayed with us at the park till the bus was full, and we moved. So right there at the park, there were 2 ladies in the same bus behind us, and I noticed they were murmuring to each other. I tried eavesdropping. At that point, my Yoruba wasn't really fluent, but I can understand little by little. So I tried eavesdropping to maybe just hear something, because I became very worried. Like, am I sure I really want to continue? I can't just go back home from here and just run away. So I started looking at a means at which I can maybe even just abscond from this guy's hand. But you know, he was seated right opposite us. So even if I come down from the bus now, he's definitely going to see me. So at a point, I acted like I wanted to go buy something, and then I noticed that he was walking behind me, and I was like, okay, so this guy is watching me, I can't run away. So at a point, I just waved the thought of running away and felt like, as far as I'm going for a good cause, let me just go and do what I got to do and come back home. So we left. Getting to Kano, I was on my phone at that point, and the lady did mention to me that when I get to Kano, she gave me a particular number. when I get to Kano, or if we are being stopped on the way, or maybe we're being arrested or hijacked on the way by any of the security officials, that we should call the particular number. So at the point where I think it was NDLEA that stopped us, and they were like, where are we going to? And to me, I just said, they said when they asked us, we should tell them we're going to Kano. And if they ask us who are we going to meet in Kano, we should mention a particular name, which was what we did. And they did let us go. So getting there, I called the number, the man did come and asked us to stay somewhere, and picked us, took us somewhere else. And I was like, okay, so what next? And then he said, he now mentioned the lady's name. She wasn't that sent us to him, right? I said yes. So he told us, yeah, enter the car. And he drove off. So we drove for like 3 hours. Getting to where we were, to me it was like, why are we here? This place is looking deserted and all. So I started looking out. I remember looking out and I saw Sabongeri while we were driving. I saw Sabongeri. And I remember that at some point I heard about Sabongeri before, and I think I remember it being like an outskirt of Kano or so, thereabouts. So I was like, okay, but why are we going this far? I couldn't really ask the man questions because he wasn't even going to answer. And from there, they hipped us. The place he took us to, we met some other women and men there. And they wouldn't even allow you to see anything. They were just pushing everybody in. People must not see us and all that. So they like a hut, like it was a small hut, and there were people around. So they were trying to hide us. So at that point, I started becoming very scared, because why are you hiding us? Why are we having to rush into somewhere? You don't want people to know we are here. If they know we are here, they are going to come and take us away or something.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say a young man, you are just saying know your space. So, but is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country, Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we so far are individualistic, and that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard, despite all the resources? You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there, what are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters, what are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic reorientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. Yeah. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way, Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. There's a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people pay to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different, because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter, you've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from our stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction. that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds. So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space, the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people now who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago. Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general. I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school that I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road.
Mm-hmm.
Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to working before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness, and that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched a camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that have probably, no, I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, But let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names, born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. What happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. The limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gates? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
Well, so then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, well, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
and
be better.
And if you're an occupant of my home, you'll benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there? There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yes, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way
is.
I want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country, though.
Well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you have
of
experienced
36.
it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo now, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. Say, no, he's not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me place of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to, George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York.
It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run US local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now. Even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's a psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a negative
effect. The concept
effect
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today.
Yes.
What role do you think, not what role, Imo State today.
Yes.
What are its potentials?
I have taught the states, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 through maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the end SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? It's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because You can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem, and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo States, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled, disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics, young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure of this. I'm not sure that has, I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. Apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics,
Oh, yes.
whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
How do we get them interested?
We need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else, but it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred,
for
your time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
peace without justice.
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plustv Africa.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers,
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman, your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions.
Hello and welcome back to the run-up. We are discussing the court order on INEC to allow use of temporary voter cards in March 18 election. The court made the order following a suit that was brought before it by two aggrieved registered voters, Kofowola Olusegun and Wilson Olwell, who lamented that despite their efforts and repeated visits to INEC office, they were unable to obtain their permanent voters cards, that's the PVCs, before the February 6th deadline. Well, joining us to discuss this is Barrister Emmanuel Umoran, a legal practitioner. Hello, Barrister Umoran.
Hello, I'm here.
We also have Barrister Johnson Ago with us.
It's my pleasure.
not forgetting my virtual co-host, Adebayo Olowoke. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you for having us, and good morning.
All right, Barrister More, what political or what constitutional quagmire has this new order thrown up?
Well, it's not a constitutional quagmire, really. It is a fact that, unfortunately, what the court did not hear from INEC before coming up with this judgment. My own take, which I have argued strenuously and which some of the courts have upheld, is this. We have a presidential system of government. There's the executive branch, the powers of the executive branch. And our presidential system of government, we got it from America. Why don't we look at how it is done in America? There are powers that are exclusively that of the executive. INEC had a reason for issuing temporary voters card and permanent voters card. INEC said, along before the election, that it was cleaning up because some people did double registration. Some people had faulty registration. After that, looked at looked at the list of those who registered. Some registrations were cancelled because the people did double registrations. So when you have this, and now the court has on its own decided to allow persons who, though they have the temporary voters card, who did not show whether they had double registration or not. The court has now said, you go ahead and vote. That is usurping the powers of the executive, unfortunately. That's to my mind. That's usurping the powers because the executive has taken its action, and you have not, and the process by which they came is not a process that is calling the powers of the executive to challenging the powers of the executive. That the process of doing that is a process of judicial review, where the courts will have to determine if the actions taken by the executive were done in accordance with the law. Now, clearly, I'm sure that they are going to, that's why they want to appeal, because they may want to say, our position was not taken into consideration.
Yeah, but the court did say that there was no, that the Constitution, that's the 1999 Constitution, and the Electoral Act 2022 laid emphasis only, well, did not specifically lay emphasis that it's only the PVC that should be used. It just laid emphasis on voter cards. That's the voters' cards, but emphasis was not laid specifically on the PVC. You want to answer that before I go to Johnson?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
No.
Barrister Moran, did you get my question?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, because the court did reveal yesterday that neither the 1999 Constitution nor the Electoral Act 2022 laid emphasis that only the PVC could be used, that it only stated voters' cards.
Yes, we agree. However, you see, the process of arriving at something, at a point when you are given powers to do things, the process of arriving at that point must be taken into consideration. Okay? I said here, INEC, before they got to the point of giving you permanent voters card, had to review if you were previously registered somewhere else, which is an issue of double registration, if your age is not up to 18, You get? Or if that is on his list is a person who is dead. So these are issues that INEC took into consideration before arriving at
the decision. Okay, I'm going to go to Johnson Agu right now. However, Johnson. Hello, Johnson, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
All right. Please, can you come in here? The court did say that these people, that is the two gentlemen, Kofowala Olusegun and Wilson Allwell, were duly registered. And so it gave this judgment that they should be allowed to vote using their temporary voter cards. However, the suit was not, did not allow for other Nigerians who have their temporary voter cards but could not get their permanent voter cards to go ahead and register, because according to the court, the suit was not in a representative capacity. Okay, so having heard what Barrister Umaran just gave right now, please answer this and also respond to the point he has raised.
I think I'll start by responding slightly to what he has said. I do not accept that persons whose names are on the register as of today are not eligible to vote, because INEC has said that it has cleaned up the voter register. It says, INEC has said that all those who have done double registrations, it has removed their second registration. Therefore, there is a presumption that any person whose name is on the register now is eligible to vote. The question of permanent issuance of permanent voters card is a question of logistics. So it shouldn't be the fault of those who have fulfilled all the conditions for voting, and INEC failing to print and issue to them, even if it is at their homes, a permanent voters card. It shouldn't be their fault. They shouldn't be deprived of the opportunity to exercise their civic duties. That's how I see it. Now, as for the court restricting the application of this judgment, it is quite commonsensical, if not just the law. The reality is that the person who approached the court is the person who has received reliefs. If the suit had been in representative capacity or a class action, it would have applied to everyone. However, that is not the end of it. What is the law is the law. So if the law applies to Johnson, since we are all equal to before the law, it should apply to Maureen, where Maureen has the same circumstances as Johnson. I think it's quite clear. So it will be up to INEC to apply the law equally. If the court has now said that what it held is the position of the law, INEC should apply it equally to everybody. It shouldn't wait for a deluge of litigation before it complies with the law. In fact, nobody actually needs a court order to comply with the law. That's the way I say it.
Right now by Barrister Justice Uhuebu, a human rights lawyer. Hello, Barrister Uhuebu. Barrister Uhuebu, can you hear me? Okay, it does appear that we're having a bit of communication problems with him. Okay, let me go back to Barrister Umaran. Barrister Umaran.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you've listened to Johnson.
I did.
And he's saying that it should apply to all.
Yes, you see, but what I do not know, and which I think my learned friend also may not know, is was the voters list exhibited in their originating process? You get? Was it? If your name is on the voters list, the permanent voters list, then you should vote. But the issue is, do they have the permanent? You see, there's a bit of confusion that's been created here. If the list of permanent voters was not before the court, how did the court arrive at the point that their names were on the permanent voters list? That's one. You see, the court should not give judgments that are difficult of interpretation, that have more than one interpretation. That's a rule of interpretation of statute. Or that will make the law that they're interpreting look foolish or vague.
Barrister Morin.
Yes, please.
Barrister Morin, the ruling specifically made it clear that because these two gentlemen were duly registered and their data captured in INEC's database, and so they were duly registered, and because they couldn't get their voter cards, the permanent voter cards, was the only reason why they couldn't vote. So not allowing them to vote, according to the judge, will be disenfranchising them. And, and they were the only two that made this application. That's the only reason why it's limited to them. But they were duly registered.
Yes, but you see, when a judgment is passed, even though there were two, and they were asking, the INEC immediately will have to obey the orders of the court, because that's the constitutional provision. Mm-hmm. Now, anybody who has benefit of that order will approach INEC.
Definitely.
Then you have a problem, and then that may be an issue that may cause the elections to be set aside, because if you have breached somebody's fundamental rights, anything you do in breach of that fundamental right is null and void.
So now that INEC has expressed intention to appeal this case, what implications will that have on the next coming election?
Well, I would, you see, I agree with my learned friend, Mr. Johnson, that INEC put up a lot of things here. However, the law, the way it operates, will not create a confusion. You get? Mm-hmm. Now, INEC should have, once that you are registered, either by way of email, you get? Yeah. They could send you a card or your VIN number, voter identification number, with which you can go know that, oh, this is where I'm supposed to vote. And then since you have bimodal system of accreditation, when you get there, if you put your thumbprint and you are not the person, you are rejected. Mm-hmm. Yet, if your thumbprint does not work, your face will identify you. So these are the problems INEC. You see, when INEC was going on with this, a couple of us spoke out that INEC should review its modus operandi. Because at the end of the day, if you disenfranchise somebody wrongfully, you have that person an opportunity of determining who rules him. And like Chief Abiola said, you cannot shave a man's head in his absence. So it's important that going forward, we should bring people who understand what democracy is about to head these institutions. Let us stop this thing of picking people because you know them or something. Let's look for people who have shown competence in other areas, or who understand what their duties are. We put a lot of round pegs in square holes in this country because of man no man, because somebody's from my area, because of balancing and all those. We need to start getting the right people to do the job.
All right, okay. In view of what you're saying, Johnson, you could also come in here. Last year, Barrister Zakome, SAN, went to court over a similar case. And that case was presided over by Justice Inyang Eko, who actually declined in that case to issue a mandatory order to compel INEC, one, to extend the CVR exercise till, 90 days before the elections. And it also refused to order INEC to allow citizens with temporary voter cards to vote. However, that is changed now with this new judgment at the Federal High Court given by Justice Obiora Egwuatu. It is a judiciary that's causing this confusion at this point, isn't it?
I'm sorry, you see, these are some of the issues that we need to thrash out in law. amongst us, between the bench and the bar. Now, the judgment of my Lord Justice Egwuatu did not, even though it's their concurrent courts, did not take into consideration the decision of Nyako J, where he declined. You understand? Declined, even though the judgment is not binding on him. He should have my Lord should have taken time to review that judgment and give reason why he is departing from that judgment that is of similar status. You get? Because the judgment of my Lord Ego is not binding, but was first in time. So my Lord Justice Egwuatu should have given reason why he is departing from the position of his learned brother.
Okay, Johnson, please come in here.
I'm not able to condemn the most recent judgment because, first, it is not binding on the first earlier judgment is not strictly binding on the later judge. It is persuasive. Second, I do not know if that judgment was cited to him. I haven't read the text of this judgment, so I'm actually unable to, the text of the two judgments, so I'm quite unable to comment extensively on both of them. But common sense says to me that only a judgment cited to a judge will persuade that judge, especially if that is a judgment of first instance. When I mean first instance, I mean judgment made by the first court. The Federal High Court is one court, whether it is located in Abuja or in Lagos, is a court of the same level. So judgment made by a judge in Abuja is the same category as judgment made by a judge in Lagos in the Federal High Court. Now, when I say persuasive, I mean that the judge in Lagos should be guided, if he chooses, by the judgment made by the judge in Abuja, where the same issues are the same. When the issues, facts, or circumstances are the same. But in the case we have at hand, as far as is available in the public domain, the judge analyzed properly what the issues are, what the rights involved are. So I'm unable to fault it. If anything, the judgment refusing Ozekume, assuming the report given to us here is correct,
very correct.
Yeah, if it is correct, that judgment will be the erroneous one, in that it did not take into consideration some of what this particular judge has taken into consideration. And judges are entitled to depart from the decisions previously made.
Yeah, well, that case involving Chief Ozekume actually took place on Friday, 25th November 2022. But let me take you back to a question which I asked earlier, which is, now that INEC has expressed interest to appeal this case, what happens, or how should other Nigerians who find themselves in this situation, duly registered but couldn't get their permanent voter cards because, like these two gentlemen, had gone to INEC offices repeatedly to get their PVCs but couldn't get it, or as the case was with some people that I interviewed some time ago, they went to some of these INEC offices and they were told their systems were not working. Go and come back. They went, came back, systems were not working. So these Nigerians who were duly registered were disenfranchised. Should they jump on this ruling? And this appeal, this appeal that INEC has indicated interest to make, how long do you think it would take for all of that to be cleared out before this coming election on the 18th?
The fact that INEC wants to make an appeal does not prevent them from complying with the order. The first duty is for them to comply with the order unless the court grants a stay of execution of the order that has been made. I am not aware that INEC has applied for a stay of execution or that any court has granted a stay of execution of the order. So in the circumstances, my first opinion is that the people who fall into the same category with those plaintiffs are entitled to show up at the polling units and present their means of identification for INEC to confirm that their names are on the voters' register being used for the election of 18th March. If their names are there and they are verified to be the people bearing those names, they should be allowed to cast their votes.
All right.
According to the terms of this judgment. And my view is that INEC, like I said, INEC is entitled to appeal, but until it has appealed and that judgment is set aside, it is bound by the decision of the court that gave the directive. Or if another court has given an order staying the execution of the judgment, it will also take privilege of that and refuse to comply. But currently, we are not aware of any stay orders at the moment.
Well, thank you, Barrister Johnson Ago and Barrister Omoring. We'll take a short break. We're still on the run-up. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter, get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plustv Africa.
Welcome back to the run-up on Plustv Africa. Before we went on that break, we were discussing the Federal High Court order that's told INEC to allow 2 Nigerians to vote with their temporary voter cards. Now I need to invite Adebayo Loweke to ask the next question. Hello, Adebayo.
Hello, Maureen. As always, very exciting times, and this judgment only has served to make the whole electoral process much more interesting. I would like either of our 2 guests to respond to this thought that I have. We normally have a time frame for all electoral disputes to be resolved, and that this must be done before the swearing in of elected officials on the 29th of May. How come we do not have such provision to say that any dispute arising, or resulting from the elections, see that as we have now, registration of voters, ought also to be resolved before voting actually begins? Because I think, and you are lawyers, you can say what the situation is exactly. But I think that these two Nigerians may institute proceedings against INEC for denying them the opportunity to vote in the presidential elections, for instance. Or maybe that's not possible, but it would be good to get your perspective. Should there be a time frame to resolve all issues, even from the standpoint of voters, before elections begin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adebayo, I think what your question is for the growth of our democracy. Yes, but you see, the law did not make that provision. The Electoral Act did not make such a provision for that. And you see, let us be very honest. Unfortunately, our laws in Nigeria, especially the election laws in Nigeria, are really made for the benefit of the players, not for the benefit of Nigeria. Most of the laws, the electoral acts that we have passed, most times is to protect members of the National Assembly. And sometimes they go, that's all. Because you see, and you know, there is a big problem here. Most litigations, most appeals are not being heard because of the number of pre-election matters that are flooding the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit off your question. How do you run a country where business transactions cannot be decided in 25 years? Come and invest in that economy. Don't you have disputes that within 25 years, the Supreme Court has not decided on them? But electoral issues are determined within 90 days or 120 days. So that is a major problem. The people in power have cornered everything in this country. Yeah. So let's get to what you said, sir.
Yeah.
For judicial activism, yes, these people can definitely, but you see, another thing is why did they wait till after the presidential election? They said it is the principle of law that equity is the vigilant, not the indolent. Did they file this suit before the presidential election? You get? So these are the issues that may come up if it will be good for our judicial growth. You get? So these things that we have been talking about, the system is skewed against the people. A lot of laws that are made in this have been from 1999 till date, especially the electoral laws, are made for the benefit of the politicians. So this is what we are stuck with. The first time, imagine the debates as to qualification to vote during the primaries, when the National Assembly had knocked themselves off.
Yeah.
The delegates, you remember?
Yes.
These people do not have the time, the competence to look at laws that are beneficial to Nigerians. Most of the people that have been elected now, the next thing they'll go and look for is how much are they going to be paid, how are they going to increase their entitlement and all those. Outside here, it is those who have done well in business or in their professions that seek these offices. Not people who are still hungry. It's unfortunate.
Okay, Johnson Agbo, do you want to add to what Barrister Maran has said in response to Adebayo's questions?
Actually, first, I will accept that it seems the electoral laws were politician-centric. The people who made it weren't exactly thinking of obtaining the legitimate consent of the governed. They were most probably considering elections as a mere formality. So that I accept. But I think it is up to us and other members of the society to make these politicians to become accountable to us by testing some of the rules that they themselves have made in the courts. And it is up to the court, the judiciary, to balance the interest of the politicians and the electorate by the way they interpret the laws that have been made. That is why I so much cherish the interpretation that has been given by this latest Federal High Court decision allowing 2 persons to vote with their temporary voters' cards. I must accept that the judge didn't go outside the text of the law, so far as I can see, to the extent I have read. It is the same law that he has interpreted in the correct way. So it is up to us to continue to test this out. And if these same gentlemen haven't gone to the court to ask the court whether INEC is entitled to exclude them from participating in this electoral process, this judgment wouldn't have come up. And as to the question of whether there should be timeline, well, it may be desirable to have timelines, but my thinking is that the timelines should be towards enhancing participation in the electoral process and not restriction of participation. Because my conception is that democracy is a people-oriented government. It's the more people are able to show their consent, the better. In other words, there should be evidence that the majority of the people within a particular locality has indeed given their consent to be governed by the set of politicians that are angling for power. This consent is only given or expressed by the electoral process, by the number of people that actually turned out to vote, out of the total eligible to vote and out of the total population. If I must use the presidential elections for illustration, we understand that a total of 8,020,000 voted for our president-elect. And that's about 3.4% of the total population of Nigeria of about 250 million people. How is that an expression of consent by the majority of Nigerians? And if you look at it properly, that 8-point-something million people that voted for our president is just 36.4% of the total people that voted on that day. So which shows that about 66-point-something% of Nigerian electorates rejected our president-elect. So we should be making rules and interpreting the rules that we have made in such a way as to accommodate more voters rather than restriction or restricting voters. At the end of the day, if in fact a government will benefit more from legitimacy and support if more people actually vote in an election and it emerges victorious after a lot of or all the possible people who could vote have voted. I don't know if I've made myself clearer, but I think that in summary, it is easier and better to obtain legitimacy and support if all the people who could have voted have voted, albeit the margin of victory might be different or difficult to actually determine. Probably you might go into rerun and all of those things, but it is not democracy if just a few people are, by technical rules, allowed to select government for a population.
All right, well, thank you so much for all of these analysis on this. And of course, one of the things that have been thrown up from all of these somersaults is the fact that voter apathy may be on the increase as we walk towards the next elections on the 18th. But let's move away from this situation to another one that we're dealing with, which is the Supreme Court judgment on the old 200, 500, and 1,000 naira being legal tenders until 31st of December 2023. The Supreme Court delivered judgment on the suit filed by some state governments to challenge the federal government's naira redesign policy. The controversial monetary policy being challenged at the Supreme Court had last year introduced newly redesigned 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes with tight deadline to mop up the old notes from circulation. The policy has led to scarcity of currency notes, bringing untold hardship to millions of citizens in an economy significantly driven by informal sector with a large proportion of unbanked persons. Well, the question is, why do we continue to have naira scarcity despite this judgment? Johnson, please come in.
This is a question of fact, and if you ask me, I would say, now who I go ask? No, but let us look at it more objectively. Currency circulation is in the preserve of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So we've just seen a decision by the Supreme Court asking the Central Bank to put money into circulation. And in fact, it tried to specify for the Central Bank the type of money it should put into circulation. It would have even been better if the Supreme Court has said to the Central Bank that it should print more new currencies and put them into circulation if the objective is to ease off the scarcity of currency in circulation. But what is so peculiar about the old notes that it has to remain in circulation? I haven't understood it, and that is why the judgment of the Supreme Court, much as it is the final decision of the Court of the Land, which must be complied with by all persons in the territory of Nigeria, it seems that it is difficult to obey, because we must also accept that after a judgment has been made, it will lie in the hands of the executive to implement it just the way it implements other laws. So a situation where a judgment looks like it is incapable of being implemented in the form that it has been pronounced, it will look like the courts have acted in vain. And we are asked, or some of the things we are taught in our jurisprudence class is, as lawyers, is that the court should never act in vain.
Okay, please explain this to us. Explain this to us, because and you are the lawyers here. I need to understand, and I imagine that a lot of our viewers need to understand. When the Supreme Court makes a judgment, must the president, that's executive, come out to tell the people, okay, you can obey this? Or is it given that when the Supreme Court has made a judgment, that Nigerians should just go ahead and begin to...
The rule is that once the court has made a pronouncement, every authority in the country, every person in the country begins to comply with that of them.
Without necessarily waiting for the federal government to make an announcement.
Nobody should wait for anybody, because everybody is equal and required to comply with the law. And what the court has just pronounced is interpretation of what the law should be.
All right, but what Nigerians are facing right now, which is a major reason for the scarcity of the naira even after this judgment, is that you go to some banks, commercial banks, deposit banks, and you'll be told that they're still waiting for directive from the central bank before they start issuing out money.
That is why I was saying that the Supreme Court did not consider the implementation of the order it was making before it made it. So it's not just about making orders. You should make orders that are implementable. Now, how is this order going to be implemented? Okay, you said these monies remain legal tender, but in whose office is it to direct the circulation or manage circulation of money? The CBN or the president or anybody would simply say they have not done anything to prevent circulation of money. They've only regulated how money is circulated. I don't know if you get what I'm explaining. It's a tough situation that we have found ourselves in. Maybe I think the Supreme Court was just angry that the federal government did not comply with its interim orders and gave this judgment, in my view, with a lot of anger. I'm afraid I might run into contempt of the court, but this is how I see it. I'm criticizing the judgment.
All right. Barrister Moring.
Yes, please. When we started, judgments of court are obeyed. Yes. but also it is open for people to analyze and look at the judgment. Whether everybody, like the lawyer to the federal government said, the Supreme Court has spoken, everybody must comply. Yes, but there are issues in this matter that faces me. One of them is this: the judgment of the Supreme Court was one about Central Bank of Nigeria. Was interpreting the Central Bank Act. Now, in Ransom Kuti against Attorney General of the Federation, the Supreme Court stated something very explicit. Since 1977, after Fela's house was burned, that fundamental rights of Nigeria, those rights that are fundamental rights, are superior to all other rights. Once fundamental right is breached, any other thing you do falls on the basis of fundamental rights. Now, the Supreme Court has decided, yes. However, the Supreme Court, the Central Bank of Nigeria that is directed to carry out this policy, was not a party before the Supreme Court. The rights of Central Bank of Nigeria, which is a creation of a person, have they not been, are those rights, is the right to fair hearing of the Central Bank not breached by this decision? Did the Supreme Court hear from the Central Bank of Nigeria? Yes, the Supreme Court may have felt, the justices may have felt, oh, the president was thumbing his nose at them. Yes, but in matters like this, and how did the Supreme Court arrive at December 31st? Policies are not functions of the courts. These are not, you see, when I said earlier, when we started this program, I said there are three branches of government. There is the executive branch, there is the judicial branch, and there is the legislative branch. None of these should step into and take over the function of the other. The reasons why this and the executive took these decisions are not only, there were issues of security. Since this money redesign, you've seen that people, kidnapping has stopped, banditry had virtually stopped, Boko Haram was no more operational until the day of election. The last time they did was on the day of election, they were allegedly attacked people. The kidnappers had gone off kidnapping. The people who were attacking trains had gone off because they knew that there was no money. If you kidnap somebody, you just keep the person there. So, but you see, let me say this. The problem is the problem of the central bank. You see, when children are doing WAEC, you see how they suffer.
All right. Barrister Morin, we're going to take a break. Just hold your thoughts. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. After the news, we'll come back to continue with this. You're watching the run-up on Plustv Africa, and I've had Barrister Emmanuel Umoring, Barrister Johnson Ago, and Adebayo Olowoke discussing these issues with me. We'll take a break. We'll be back after the news to continue with our discussions. Stay with us.
My name is Adiola Onosanya, and here is my good old days reminiscences. I belong to a generation where respect, morals, and good conduct were celebrated. A generation that stands in gap between the not too old and the young. A generation that witnessed great decorum amongst youth before it took flight. I am talking of a generation of youth born in the mid and late 70s. I stand in for that generation that caught a glimpse of those good old days, but now buried in the glory of what we enjoyed while growing up. I am talking of a generation of youth who could at least speak their native language, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and other major Nigerian languages. Today, how many of our children can speak their native language, not to talk of their dialects? See what I mean? Those good old days keep haunting me and keep sending a sense of guilt to us who cannot keep the tradition of passing our native language to our children as our parents did. I was born into a disciplinarian family, Mr. Biodun Adesoye and Olabisi Aduke Badijo. I was taught to be dogged, industrious, faithful, thankful, and respectful to all people. My father, a banker, though was not always at home, but would ensure that during the weekends he would have prepared or assigned books to be read and to be summarized through the week. By the following weekend, you submit your written summary of that book you have read and defend what you have written orally too. We dare not neglect such assigned work. If we must be in his good books, yet he will still expect us to read our school's books and do well in class. That act helped me today to be a better speaker and be able to write well. Today, have we as parents not left such to lesson teachers and mates? How many parents actually take time off to know their children? The crave for wealth has deprived us of those cherished moments we grew up with. Sad. My good old days story will be half told without mentioning the role my father's cousin, the late Mr. Segun Badejo, popularly called SB, played in my growing up years. SB was the highest version of my father. He was blunt, fearless, and outspoken than my dad. Whenever he paid us a visit, it was always a time to be reprimanded and disciplined with nobody pleading on your behalf. Even my mom and dad would have no say. He taught us how to greet as a boy and a girl in our culture. We can't kneel halfway and go scot-free. As a boy, you must prostrate well, a thoroughbred custodian of our culture and heritage. How many of our children today prostrate or kneel down to greet elderly ones, including we, their parents? Are we actually not missing something here? Those good old days we speak fondly about, were we not dutifully complying to those customs and traditions? Where and how did we miss it? Today, parents give excuses on behalf of their children who hurt. We have sadly created a nuclear family that do not accommodate other members of the extended family in the area of discipline, counseling, and decorum. Where did we get it wrong? We talk about the good old days because the present presents less to celebrate. However, all hope is not lost. With a will, we can change the narrative. We can reverse the trend and make our children too have a full dose of what we went through. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the memories and stories of the good old days. We can, in our own area of influence, in our little corner of control, begin to make the difference for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Yes, we can. It is a great pleasure to have this golden opportunity to be counted amongst those who voice out when it is utmostly needed. I therefore proudly join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Hadarin Daji, a component of the military, have again neutralized 11 terrorists, destroying their camps and recovering many sophisticated weapons and other items during their operation in Sokoto and Zamfara states. GOC 8th Division Major General Mukut and Commander 1 Brigadier General Ahmed disclosed that during confidence-building patrol, the Joint Task Force troops destroyed many bandits' camps, neutralized 11 terrorists, and recovered 19 motorcycles, 1 RPG-7 gun, 1 PKT magazine, 3 AK-47 rifles, and 1 smoke gun. Recently, the troops of Operation Hadarin Daji raided bandits' camps and killed scores in the Magami district of Gusau local government area of Zamfara state. Meanwhile, gunmen have kidnapped a stalwart of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and party secretary in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State, Mr. Amadi Osaranu. The state APC publicity secretary, Darlington Unwaju, confirmed that Osaranu was reportedly abducted by gunmen dressed in police uniforms from his residence in Alo, Ikwere local government area on Wednesday. Unwaju added that no amount of intimidation and arm twisting will change the outcome of March 18, which would be a resounding defeat for the People's Democratic Party. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said he is confident in the judiciary to deliver the right judgment. Obi, who is challenging the results of the just concluded February 25th presidential election at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, expressed his confidence in the judiciary during a live interview on Thursday morning. Recall that INEC had come under fire for its failure to upload the results of the presidential election from all polling units across the Federation to its results viewing portal on election day. However, the chairman of the electoral body, Mahmoud Yakubu, while receiving lawyers from the Labour Party on Monday, assured them that the commission had nothing to hide and pledged to provide all documents requested to aid the ongoing suit. Mr. Peter Obi has described, however, the 2023 presidential election as the worst in Nigeria's history and a setback to the country's democratic process. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party made a comment in a live interview saying despite the humongous amount budgeted for the election, the exercise did not yield to expectations. Obi, who berated the Independent National Electoral Commission over its failure to transmit results of the presidential election in real time via its portal, said the conduct of the 2023 exercise has downgraded the country. He noted that the conduct of the presidential election has further dampened the morale of youths who had so much hope in the process. Now, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garuba Shehu, has said results of the February 25th presidential election came as a shock to many who had declared a winner before the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, did. In a statement he signed on Monday, Shehu argued that the Buhari regime had laid the groundwork for credible elections in the country. However, he said it is left for INEC to manage the collation of results. Shehu noted that despite the irregularities observed in the conduct of the February 25th election, it remained the most improved in Nigeria's history. The Lagos State Ministry of Education has said it is investigating the complaint of a parent, Mr. Barinade, who alleged that his daughter, Marvelous Barinade, was sent out of Odomola Junior Secondary School, Ekbe, for using the poster of one of the contestants in the last election to wrap his books. In a statement, the Commissioner for Education, Mrs. Folashade Adefisaya, noted that the principal has been invited to explain what transpired. She reassured the public that the matter would be dealt with within the scope of strict regulations, as the reason for sending home the students is unacceptable. Adefisaya noted that the ministry promotes and runs a public school system devoid of politics and political insinuations.
Where did you get this book from?
I got it from someone.
You got it from someone. From who?
Marvelous.
Are you people campaigning in this school? What is this one? Hey, when I want to teach. Hey, you've turned this class to politician class, you. What is it? No button. Hey. So this is what you want to learn this morning, Abi?
In business news, cybersecurity experts have stated that the federal government's claim that 12.99 million cyber attacks were recorded during the elections is impossible. They added that the government needs to explain its claim and allow experts to investigate its systems. Earlier, the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami, disclosed in a statement that 12.9 million cyber attacks were recorded during the election week. He stated that on the presidential election day, there were 6.9 million attacks. Pantami noted that the Presidential Cybersecurity Committee for the election was up to the task and blocked all the attacks. In entertainment news, Kanye West will not face charges for throwing a female photographer's cell phone after he accused her of following him to his kids' basketball game back in January. The rapper, who seemingly suspected he was being followed by paparazzi, is seen exiting his black Mercedes-Benz to confront a female in her vehicle. His new wife, Bianca Censori, was seen in the passenger seat of his car and did not follow the Grammy Award winner. According to TMZ, the district attorney's office revealed Wednesday, March 15, that the cell phone had only suffered minor damage to its $30 protective case. The woman whose property was damaged then declined to press charges against West. West's ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, was also present at the game as she was captured arriving with her sister, Khloe Kardashian's ex, along with Khloe Kardashian's ex, Tristan Thompson. In sports news, Nigeria's Aruna Quadri has qualified for the quarterfinal of the men's singles at the World Trade Tennis Smash in Singapore. The African number 1 defeated Japan's Tomokazu Harimoto, world number 4 in straight sets. The Nigerian had faced the highly rated Japanese teenager twice before and came out inferior on both occasions, but his techniques aligned in their latest meeting. Africa's number 1 player breezed through Harimoto with quick salvos of 11-7, 13-11 and 11-7 to wrap up the match in less than 30 minutes. Aruna is the only African player left in WTT Smash Singapore following the early exit of Egypt's Omar Asa, Dina Mesref, Hannah Golda and Miriam Aldabi. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiebo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plustv Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good afternoon and welcome to the run-up on Plustv Africa. I am Maureen Menongwezigwe. Earlier we had a repeat of the program, but coasting home we are live. And 2 days before the governorship and state assembly elections, candidates and political parties yesterday traded accusations over plots to unleash violence and rig the exercise. The accusations and counter-accusations were made as the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, commenced the distribution of election materials across the 774 local councils of the country. In Lagos, the ruling All Progressive Congress, that's the APC, the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, Labour Party, the LP, and Social Democratic Party, the SDP, were at one another's jugular over alleged plots to rig the elections. Well, joining us to discuss the race of the state elections and expectations for the polls is Kolawole Akinwale, candidate, House of Assembly, Ikeja Constituency 1. You're welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Maureen. Nice to be here.
All right, so you are running under the National Rescue Mission, NRM. But if I remember correctly, you supported the Labour Party during the presidential election.
I did.
Explain this to us.
Well, I've always been an obedient at heart. When you've lived in a country, come from England where everything works, square pegs and square holes, you have to look at the, competency and capability of a person who puts himself forward for office. And I think that's an area where we've really struggled. And I checked out Mr. Peter Obi a long time ago. It only took me less than half an hour to find out that this is the kind of man that should be taking us forward as far as the country is concerned. And yeah, I casted my support for him.
Okay, so how engaging has your campaign been?
Well, for a self-funding candidate in a very small party, I couldn't get into Labour. Others have been a Labour candidate in Ikeja 1. But I've always continued to push the narrative. I believe in good governance. I believe in an enabling environment, even within Ikeja, even as a House of Assembly person. All I have is oversight, looking at bills and working with local government as well. But there's so much we can still do. And what I've tried to do is to put myself out there. I'm probably the most visible candidate in Ikeja. Post-Asilondo win elections, I've been on a number of media engagements, including something like this. I've tried to engage with the local community as well. My team have done an amazing job on Twitter. We're doing the best we can. We're on a shoestring budget. Someone told me I should bring 190 million to run. I say 190 million. Are you serious? That doesn't make sense. No wonder people get in and then they spend their time doing nothing. As I told some people, I said, I could have come here, given you envelopes. You've been paid for 4 years. You can't come to me for anything because I've borrowed that money, which is a stake, and I'm now going to have to get that back, which means the allocation that comes is not going to get used for projects to develop the environment. I'm going to be using that to, pay back what I borrowed and also take some for myself because I know I'll probably not be returned. Mm-hmm. But that cannot be the way to go. It's, in the countries I've lived in, the government has tried to take, to give 80-90% to the people, but here they've taken 90-95%, and I don't know where the other 5% is. So we don't have that enabling environment. It's not the country I grew up in, despite being brought back from England at the age of 6. Went to Ladylak, went to CMS Grammar School, I was a senior prefect there, went to University of Lagos, and I served in 85, in Enugu. I turned 60 on Friday. I'm a 60-year-old man, IT consultant. What should I be doing in politics at this time? But you know what? I care enough about my people, and I feel that because we haven't had capable people in the driving seat, which is why the likes of Mr. Peter Obi and others have come into the frame. So there are new type of politicians on the block who said, you know what, we want our country back and we want to really contribute.
All right, so what are those things in your constituency, Ikeja constituency 1, that you think are lacking, that you think the person who represented or who is currently representing in the 9th Assembly before the 10th one is not doing right, that you want to fix?
Thank you. Well, if you look at the welfare of, women, men, people with disability, youths, not much is being done to support them. I did mention before I came on the program, if you look at those who choose to go down the artisan routes, they're not being well supported. So what happens at 9 months carpentry course, you find them dropping out at 3 months because they're struggling to get there. They haven't got any money to do that. But let's assume where we can actually provide some sort of support, so you could call it pay as you train. So they would then be able to see through those 9 months. They'll be definitely fully trained. And at the end of that, you said, okay, how much for your equipment? Maybe another soft loan of probably 100,000 naira, but you don't have to actually give them the money. You can actually buy the equipment and hand it to them. Get them accountable as well. So there's so many ways, there's so much money, you would not believe it, Maureen, that's available to local government and available to us to actually utilize. Of course, I'm not an executive, but my plan is to work with local government and say, look, guys, let's start giving back to them. Come on, over 4 years, you should be able to have a track record of projects, which is another thing that I do not see any visibility of. What are the projects that have been run in Ikeja? Where are they at? Let's see visibility of them. I'm a project manager, I'm an IT consultant, so that's what I do for a living. So I'm not going to be dressed like this. We're going out there and say, okay, let's see those projects in maybe shorts and trainers. And then let's say before we pay them, it's milestone payment. So we get to this milestone, you examine on site what they've done, correct, suggest improvements. And then once they've done that, you pay them. By the next milestone, they should have taken those improvements forward. Is what they do abroad, and I keep telling you, the biggest challenge we have is a resource problem. Take the guys that have run, England, UK, China, Dubai, put them in here in about 3 to 5 years. They will turn this country to Dubai, UK, China, USA, and all those developed countries. Sorry to say this, but it's a fact. Take the governments that have run this country, put them in those Dubais. In 9 months, they'll turn it to Nigeria. But I also say this, as I went to vote on the 25th, I was walking along with some young youths, just made friends with them. I said, look at our drains. Some people tipped their refuse into the drains, okay? And that's another area we have to deal with as well. I said, the government didn't do that. We did that. So there's a collective responsibility. I mean, look at this studio, so nice and clean because you've maintained it. If you didn't, then it will not be the case. So there's that collective responsibility. Having said that, we have a refuse disposal agencies. What are they doing? Is the problem not having enough bins? Do we not have enough vehicles? Do we not have enough timelines for when we pick up those refuse? Do the people not know when it's going to be collected? And even if they are late, we don't have to, because of that, tip our refuse into the bins. Our gutters are not covered as well. There's so much wrong. Look at the roads. Just basic health as well. There are no decent clinics. I could not believe in this country that people have to pay 10,000 naira or more just to complete a form. So whether you're ill or not, where I've come from, you walk in there, they take your details and they start treating you. But here you have to buy oxygen, blood. It's crazy. It cannot be right.
All right. Well, politicians are known to talk in poetry and walk in prose. However, principally, your duty is to make laws. It will be if elected. Your duty principally will be to make laws for peace, order, and good governance. But if elected, would you sponsor a bill, for local government autonomy?
Yes, I would. I've always been a believer in the fact that you need to decentralize and empower. So yes, I will definitely support that. I feel that although, look, it's not as if the local government are actually completely strong-armed at this time, Maureen. They're not. They've got enough autonomy to do what they need to do. They get allocations and they have responsibilities. But full autonomy, yes, but full autonomy with complete accountability is what I would definitely be pushing for. I'm supporting.
Oversight function of the legislature is not been. Nigerians can't say they really feel that. Oversight function of the legislative arm of government. What's your take on that?
Well, it's it's one of the key and core responsibilities of any legislator who knows what he should be doing. and I keep saying this, unfortunately, we've made politics and governance transactional rather than relational. My plan is, as a legislator, when and if I pray I'm elected, is to go into the corridors of power, engage and build relationships, but at the same time to work with the likes of the local government, and say, look, guys, what can we do to start to deliver into the people in Ikeja 1? And what I've told those I've spoken to, I want Ikeja 1 to challenge Ikeja 2. So there's a healthy competition going on there because someone like myself is performing. I also add this, I have no right to be there for 4 years if I am not delivering on my promises. And what I told the guys working with me is I said, look, we need to get a website up and running. What we're doing there should be on that website. I also want to engage with the people as well as often as possible. It could be once every 2 months or whatever it is. We can have virtual calls. We can have physical calls. I don't mind them coming to the hall shouting at me, and I'll say, well, guys, I want to do that. And I said this, I want you guys in media as well to be one of my best friends, because if I can't get something done, one of what I promised, for example, was I said, in Lagos, the non-Indigenous have, who are, supported me. I said, what would you do for us? And I said, well, they said they've been harassed and all that. And I said, what we can do is sponsor a non-Indigenous protection bill. It shouldn't be the case. The non-Indigenous remind me of the Asians in England. They're very industrious, and they do a lot of things that, you and I wouldn't do. But then they equally have rights. In the UK, they have rights in London. We should, if you look at the Lagos, it's as cosmopolitan as it comes. It's all different tribes. I'm not ethnic-centric, for example, but I believe that the rights of everybody should be protected. And if we have to push through a bill like that, then so would it be. And if I'm getting pushed back on it, then I have to come back to myself and let's explain why that is not getting through.
All right. Well, the NRM, that's a National Rescue Mission, does it have, or did it have, a presidential candidate during the presidential election that took place in February?
Yes, it did. It did.
All right. And then 40 seats to be filled in Lagos State. How many of your candidates do you have scattered around?
Not as many, I'm afraid. Look, what I've found in my experience is that, there are challenges in the small parties. They don't have funds. The structure is not as strong. And you also have fragments of the institution that's come down. So people drop down, they can't make it in some of these big parties, and they keep rolling down.
The governorship, your governorship candidate, is he still running, or has he surrendered? Has he thrown in the towel and adopted Sanwo-Olu?
As far as I am aware, as at this point in time, my governorship candidate, and I think you mean Mr. Akin Braithwaite,
yes,
is still firmly in the race.
All right. Well, there is the fear of apathy because of all that's happened during the February 25th election. People may be too scared to come out and vote. What do you say to an electorate watching right now?
Well, I would say that, look, let's, first of all, on the 25th of February, I think the people spoke by coming out and voting en masse. I think well over 60% of people never voted before. It's my first time I voted in my country. I voted abroad. I was proud to do that. Yes, the results and what happened with INEC and all the Beaver scenario didn't quite, it's not what we wanted. It was a bit unpleasant. But I would say that let that not deter us. Let's come out again. Let's vote en masse again. Let's speak. This is the only way. If we do not vote right, if we do not come out, what we've done is we've just enslaved ourselves for another 4 years. We are too much, we're too good for this. And we deserve better as Nigerians. We need an enabling environment. We need people who know what they're doing to come out and start running the country and change the narrative.
Well, thank you so much, Kola, for
pleasure.
your time. Yeah. Kola Akinwale, candidate House of Assembly, Ikeja Constituency 1, under the NRM, that's the National Rescue Mission, has been my guest. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Thank
Wishing you the very best on Saturday.
Thank you very much. Are we off air?
We're still on air. Well, I am Maureen Menong Wezigwe. Many thanks for your time. And do go out. Prepare to go out on Saturday and vote. It is your right. You must not be coward. You must not be scared out of fulfilling your obligations to the country. Good day.
is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plustv Africa.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo Anene, and with me today I have Jenny, Baby, and Tanzi live in the studio. Although Issy would also be joining us via Zoom tonight. So hello, ladies. How are you doing?
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Issy.
Oh, okay.
Hello. How are you? How's your day?
Hi, Stanzi. Hi, Issy. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Hey, hi. And hello, Chinelo.
Hello. Very well. I'm okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. Jenny, how did your day go?
My day.
No comments.
My day. I don't know if I'm happy that the day has ended. I think I wanted a longer day instead because I have a lot of things to do, and I had a lot of strategy and brainstorming session which continues tomorrow morning.
Wow.
So I'm a bit excited, hoping that when we are done with it, there's actual change and things will actually move in the right direction. So yeah.
Okay. Sanzi, how are you?
Well, mine hasn't exactly been like brainstorming and strategy sessions. It's more like, when you have like limited time to achieve so much, you're like racing against time and stuff. And then, queuing at the bank, trying to get money, and POS, not internet access, poor internet is down. It's just, but yeah, somehow I'm good.
Joyful. Here, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, today is our very own Omolola's birthday. Happy birthday to you, Omola.
Happy birthday, Omolola.
Appreciate you. Well done. By the way, Omola is our amazing producer. She does an absolutely great job for the way show.
No,
she makes the way show happen, actually. So
and
well
she
done,
just
Omola.
graduated film school.
I mean, she's doing fantastic. Well done. Happy birthday. Although we've not seen our cake, but yeah.
We're expecting the cake, I beg. I honestly thought I was going to see cake today, but it's fine. You can send it to our houses.
Okay, here's what we found as today's quotes. You are your own last line of defense in safety. And it all boils down to you. And this is by Kina Rep. I mean, I think this is, I always say that most of these quotes are always very self-explanatory. You know? This is now relating this to the coming elections. You can always tell that when something happens, I mean, it's your duty to keep yourself safe. Yeah. I'm saying that safety should be your first priority in whatever it is. The minute you hear boom.
It's kind of like when you're aboard a flight. Yeah, they will tell you, even if you have like an infant who is like 2 months old or a month old, listen, wear your mask first, make sure you're secure and safe before you can help the child. So yeah, yourself first.
The 2023 presidential election is in 3 days. On Saturday, 25th of February, Nigerians in Nigeria with valid PVCs will head to various polling units to exercise their constitutional human rights as citizens. There's tension in the air, and most of us are truly hoping for the best. Today, we will be discussing the 2023 elections and safety at polling units with Dixon Osaje. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Ways. I think this is just right on point. Because this is, I don't want to say this is where we are at right now, but I mean, it's quite a timely holiday because I think we're at that point in our lives now, or as a country, it's time for us to take back
what belongs to us, like our country, rights, everything. Right.
Jenny, you're not saying anything. Just like,
because when you mention protest, it just takes me back. Yeah, it just takes me back. And I'm really hoping that we don't get to that point. Because I feel like they're trying to instill fear in people this coming election. And like you said, this came at the right time. But I'm really hoping that we don't get to that point where we have to do like a second protest all over again because we lost lives the last time.
Yes.
So I really don't want to lose anybody, whether I know you or not. And you don't deserve that.
Right.
I really hope that we don't get to that point, actually. Okay, Isi, what did you find for us in the news today?
All right, in my news, what actually caught my attention was, we are actually in the season of election and we have a lot of, tension in the air. People are already worked up and everybody's mood is actually on the high right now. So any little thing can actually trigger anybody to violence, or they can be actually used to, cause some sort of mayhem in the society currently. So what actually caught my attention was Yul Edochie's sentence when he said that why you shouldn't engage in violence for any candidate. That caught my attention because we have had this happen time and time again over the years when we have election and the political class or politicians actually use the youth to actually cause some sort of mayhem to do their dirty work. Here, Yul Edochie said that we have to use our senses to actually give the politicians the words that they really deserve. And his response was that whenever a politician actually reaches out to any individual or anyone to actually cause some sort of mayhem, that they should actually say the word to the candidate. Any candidate who wants to engage you to cause mayhem on election day, tell them to bring their children or his children to lead the squad. I'm actually using his words verbatim, basically. And in this context, I totally agree with him when he said this, because we've had issues of, the cause of, they say that when we have people doing things like this, they tend to hide the children away and put the masses children in the forefront. So yes, I totally agree with Yula Edochie. Whoever wants to cause some sort of mayhem, they should bring their children to the forefront and let them lose their lives and let them see what other parents actually go through. The youth should be more sensible this time.
Yeah, thank you so much. You see, I think this is why we've been having these conversations this week.
Yeah.
Yesterday we talked about voter sensitization and things that you should actually do at the polling units. And then today we're also discussing safety at the polling units as well. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Jenny, what did you find for us in the news today?
So for me, JAM closes 2023 UTME registration. This took me back. But yeah, so the JAM registration was between January 14 to February 14, but due to the recent developments in the country, they had to give it like a 1 week extension so more people could register. And right now they said they had about 1.6 million people who registered for JAM. That's a lot
How
of
many
numbers.
people actually get admission?
I was going to say that.
I don't know.
Is it
I don't know. I think it is
200,000.
I have no idea. It has to be more than that. It's definitely.
I know sometimes, there are people who actually pass JAM, but I don't know if universities should still do post-UTME, like their own school exams, because you also have to pass that hurdle. So that would now determine if you're even going to get into,
right.
and then it's broken down to university, there's College of Education, and then all of that. So yeah, I think a wide range of people actually go to school. Like, it just took me back. So when I saw this in the news, I'm like, oh, I remember the secondary school.
I'm like,
Like praying,
such a long time ago.
like praying,
quite
studying.
nostalgic. Okay, Sanzi, what did you find for us in news?
All right, so elections are just around the corner, and movement of actualization of sovereign state of Biafra, that's MASOB, have come out to warn all Easterners, whether you're supporting Biafra or not supporting Biafra, they're saying, listen, come out and vote. Now, I traveled home. I traveled to the East during Christmas, and there's just this popular saying around, at least within my village, the people I interacted with, that there is no need to vote because Biafra is different from Nigeria. And I was thinking, like, what are you guys saying? But I'm glad that at least an authority they respect to a certain extent has come out to tell them, listen, it is important that you guys vote, because this is what they said. Do not allow anyone deceive you in the name of Biafra, because we know the real Biafra agitators and those paid to create confusion in the land. Also, those saying there shall be no election in Biafra land are enemies of Ndibo. If you don't vote, others will, and enemies of Ndibo will impose their puppet on our people, just like what happened in Imo State. They know what they're referring to in Imo State, but I think they made a very important announcement, like, there is no sit at home, go out and vote. It's your right.
Of course.
Nobody has the right to tell you to sit at home on a whole election day. That's wrong.
That's why I've been shouting this thing. Voting is actually your civic responsibility.
Yes.
You should actually exercise it as a citizen of any country that you belong to. Jenny, we're going to say something.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. And then for my own news, we've been talking about how much INEC is prepared for these elections. And then today I found in the news that they started to distribute sensitive election materials in Lagos State and also in Cross River and in Calabar, in Cross River as well as Delta State. And I was happy to see this, that they're not actually waiting till a day before they, so that we don't now start hearing stories of, they couldn't get these, the beavers to the different polling units and all of that. So I'm hoping that this is actually ample time. If they started doing this today, they have between today and at least Friday night to prepare and to actually distribute these election materials. Jenny, what?
So when I saw this news, I was like, oh yeah, okay, cool. But at the same time, I mean, being a Nigerian and living in Nigeria, I already have trust issues. Do you understand? I'm just hoping that even with this distribution, that they are safe and that no one is actually trying to tamper with it. And they probably give it to people who are trustworthy and people who actually have integrity.
That's key.
Yeah.
Trustworthy people.
Trustworthy people.
Very important.
And integrity. So please, if you've gotten it, we beg you, in the name of God. Do the right thing.
I know, right?
That's the next 8 years of our lives, right?
I'm
there.
telling you, very important.
With your life.
I was thinking so. Another 8 years, I know how old I will be, and I really don't want to go through another series of no. Already, here we are. Okay, so yeah, like Jenny rightly said, if you're in charge of any of these materials, we beg you, please take good control of them. Protect them as much as you can. Don't collect anything for something, please. All right, the conversation will continue after the break. See you after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Pop on the Way show, and for the forthcoming election we'll be doing a sensitization, teaching Nigerians how to vote correctly, because it is no news that many Nigerians don't know how to vote correctly, and so that our votes are not void, we need to be able to teach the people how to vote correctly. So come with us as we teach the Nigerian people how to vote correctly for the forthcoming election. Hello sir, do you know how to vote correctly?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to show me?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. This is exactly how you vote. You put your thumb on the stamp pad and then you vote right here, and then make sure that your thumb has taken a lot of ink so that it can show correctly on whatever candidate you are supporting. Thank you. like we know, and like I said earlier, it is no news that many Nigerians do not know how to vote correctly. Some people thumbprint across the line. Some don't even get enough ink to thumbprint correctly. And that is why we came on the street to teach people how to vote correctly. Thank you very much for staying with us. This is the Vox Pop on the Way show. And of course, it's your girl, Dami. Thank you. Till next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks for staying with us. Presidential and National Assembly elections will hold on February 25, while the governorship and State House of Assembly elections will hold on March 11. However, according to the International Center for Investigative Reporting, the fear of violence and intimidation is making many potential voters doubt whether they will vote on the election day. The recent spike in the number of violent attacks at campaign rallies and other places, especially offices of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has heightened concerns amongst prospective voters. The most important thing for every citizen right now, and for those heading out to vote on Saturday, we want to discuss safety at the polling units. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You could also tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So today we're discussing safety at the polling units. I mean, I think this is actually very, because look at the case that we looked at, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, where we had the man that had his arm amputated because he was attacked at the Labour Party campaign rally that happened over last weekend. So if we're already having situations like that, I mean, I don't blame people when they are retreating and saying, we don't think we want to go out on Saturday to vote, because if this could happen at the campaign rally, what if at the polling booth there is X, Y, Z, Z? So people really are having these concerns, which I believe are very valid concerns, by the way, but at the same time, what can we do? How can we help people? What can we say to people? We as citizens as well, how are we sure that we are actually safe? What measures have been put in place to make sure that things are actually going to go on well?
Well, for me, I'm going to say this, and some people may not take it well, but at the end of the day, I think everything, as much as we want peace, like I'm a huge believer in peace, right? I don't believe in bloodshed. But at the end of the day, if we are going... I'm not a woman of war, thank you, darling, I'm not. You know, but every day we live is a risk. If I step out to get my daily bread, there are chances that I could, you know, hit the gutter, or I could get hit by a train, or everything is a risk. So in that same way, have that mindset that I'm going out to vote. It is the right thing to do, just like you get your daily bread, right? So when you're putting somebody in office, you're putting in somebody that you're putting in your voice to say, okay, I'm giving you the right to decide how I make my daily bread for the next couple of days. So I think it's a risk worth taking, even though we are praying, God, I beg.
Protect us.
I mean, talking about safety, I think I'll come from the angle of do not be used as a tool to harm other people or to cause violence at these polling units. The truth is, what will happen, but at the end of the day, you're being paid peanuts. How much would it pay you to harm another person or to cause chaos? After the election, and whoever wins comes into power, that money is done. So what's the next thing? I think a lot of people are very short-sighted, and that's why we always have these issues. And I mean, we have our guest here today, so let's hear what he has to say for us, right?
Going to throw more light on it. Okay, Dixon Osagie is a criminologist and a global security analyst. Dixon holds a gold standard security certification, the Certified Protection Professional, CPP. He's board certified by the United States of America. He's also an internationally certified security expert and the managing director of Breeze Protection Services Limited, a licensed private security company in Nigeria. And he's here with us live in the studio today. Hello, Mr. Dixon. Hello. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I'm sure you're going to... You look so happy. I know, right? We're anticipating.
I can see you guys are prepared for the election.
Well, we are.
We do have our feelings. Yes, absolutely. It's now like my ID card because I don't want to let go of it.
Of it at all.
See it, you know. So,
Okay, so yeah, we're talking about safety at the polling units. However, there were some things that I don't know if we have those images. If we can just flash those images on the screen. There were some things that I saw a page, Voter Edu, where this page is actually responsible for educating voters on what to do, how to go about the elections, what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And then there were about 3 images like that I saw where they said there's some, you can just dial *622 if you see anything, if you suspect any movement. So you can report your polling unit officers if they're acting suspicious. You can make a recording as well and report on 622 because that line will actually be active on election. It's a free toll line that will be active on election day. There's also another one that says if you are given an extra ballot paper, return it. Do not thumbprint it, because if you thumbprint it, you are setting up your polling units for overvoting, and the results will be cancelled. And I'm sure we don't want that. We don't want our efforts to go down the drain. Yeah, so there's also a third one that says, make sure your ballot paper is stamped and signed by the assistant presiding officers at your polling units as well. So I think these 3 would actually help us to know how to go about our doings at the polling units come
very key information.
Saturday, yes. However, I'm going to allow Mr. Dixon tell us some things about how to actually ensure that there's safety at the polling units on Saturday.
Well, first of all, since I'm surrounded by the ladies, first of all, you need to avoid high heels that very day.
Okay.
It's very important because your high heels needs to go on holiday. In the case of danger, how do you run? You can't run with high heels. You saw the video that was going around about those ladies from Zenith Bank trying to cross through the
Of course,
lanes.
yes.
Some of them are putting on flats, sandals, and whatever the case may be. So this time around, when it comes to election security or security chain, children and ladies are the most vulnerable in a family security chain or in a security chain. But we guys now, we can, find our way out. Just imagine Sanzi wants to cross the fence. It's impossible now.
What do you
No, I'm just imagining. I'm just imagining how.
Don't imagine. I'm telling you now. I can do it. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But don't put on your high heel. So that's just it. Anyway, 2023 is here, just like 4 years ago, 2019, election came. We experienced a lot of voter apathy and a lot of violence. This time around, looking at the Naira war, the Naira conflict, and happening in this very time, most people are thinking that maybe the essence is to punish a particular candidate or to destroy the victory of one's candidate. I'm not looking at it from that perspective, and I think maybe 1 or 2 of you are not looking at it from that perspective as well. But when you bring all this into consideration, it's the right time for us to understand that the territorial space will be very, very toxic. The risk will be very high. This evening while I was coming, I think I had a flat tire. My driver pulled over. Between 5 minutes, we have about 8 to 9 street urchins. Some of these louds, so they came, they surrounded us, and we're just talking. So, being a street, because you have to be streetwise as well when it comes to security. Being streetwise, you have to, know the people within your street, know how to relate with them. It's not the time for you to start speaking English. Because there are times, this time around, if you want to engage them with pidgin, engage them with pidgin. Because most of these street urchins, when you speak good English, they say, what are you saying? You are stupid. You don't want to insult you. So, yeah, I got involved with them. I spoke some pidgin and all those things. So I tip them at the end of the day, do transfer, because area boys, they started collecting transfer now. Started collecting transfer. So one of them was asking me, Egbon, who are you going to vote for? Being a security expert, that's why you need to understand your environment. I understand the environment at that given time, and I know the particular party that they are supporting. Yes. I know the party I'm supporting and my candidate. If I had said who I'm voting for, maybe I will not be here this evening. I don't know. Maybe I might eat up the situation at that period of time. But basically, for us, we need to understand that when it comes to security, election security, first of all, you need to, keep your candidate at mind, You can discuss it with people you trust. Don't go and start discussing your candidate in a public space. Somebody who can slap you or beat you up. Remember last few weeks while Labour parties were going for their, what's it called, rally. Yeah. I live in a Chevron axis. So I saw how most of them were beaten red-handed. I saw it red-handed. So why? Some of them were putting on polo. So election day, please keep your polo. Sanzi, keep your polo. Keep your polo. Dress smart. Don't engage in public. Don't engage in public discussion. You never can tell who is listening to you because this election is going to be very tough. A lot of people are out there to cause chaos. And the military will be there, the police will be there. The military have assured us of security in the polling unit. But what I would advise us is that make sure you dress smart in the case of, hey, if you want to take a flight or you want to take a fight. But for me, it's good to always take a flight instead of taking a fight. Yeah. You know, most people want to stand to take a fight. You are taking a fight because you want to engage the threat. But I don't advise people to take a fight, take a flight. If you take a flight, it doesn't mean you've been defeated. It's all about wisdom, application of sense. Then also, I would advise us to start talking. You know, tomorrow I'm suspecting some of you will be going to the marketplace to go and get food stuff. You need to put a lot of food stuff at home. During NSAS, some people do not have food stuff at home, and you saw what transpired. We also saw what transpired. So try and stock up. In the case of any eventuality, you know, when it comes to security, as security professionals, we don't say God forbid. I believe in divine protection. But sometimes we look beyond divine protection. Looking beyond divine protection is for you to put a strategies in place that will not hurt you and your family and your children. Some of us have children at home, we have kids at home. So ensure you have full store. Your fridge, your store, fill them up. In the case of eventuality or any incident, or maybe a post-election crisis, because sometimes after the announcement of results, there might be riots, there might be fighting somewhere, or whatever the case may be. Then I've talked about your dressing. Don't put on your polo shirt. Don't talk anyhow in the polling unit. Dress smart. Remember to dress smart. I think I'll stop there so that we can have an interaction.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jenny?
Yeah. So, what would you advise? So, in case a fight broke out at, let's say, at my polling unit, for example, what should be the first thing I should do once that happens? I mean, you already said there will be security personnel, there will be police, there would also be soldiers or army or something like that. But talking as an individual who is just going to vote, when something happens, what should I do first? And I've not voted, or maybe I've voted.
Okay, fantastic question. When you get into an environment, the first thing you do, you need to scan the environment. You understand? Any environment you find yourself in any given time, first of all, scan your environment. How did you get in there? Then look at your exit routes. For example, if I come in through this exit A, I should be able to know I'm getting out through exit A or I'm going out through exit B. And understand your route. Make sure you understand your route, where you're coming from and where you're going to. That is very important. Then, sometimes when you're in an environment, try to anticipate incidents. Try to anticipate crisis. Because most times we are carried away by gist, carried away by discussion, carried away by... I'm just imagining, maybe you just see Jennifer on your same unit. Hey, Jennifer! So you are here! Nice to see you, Sanzi. You are carried away. Hey, don't be carried away. Once you see Sanzi, just say hi. Right. Sanzi will think maybe you are quarreling. It's time for you to be very serious. You have to be very serious. So understand the environment you are in, and in the case of any incident, don't try... Because, you know, I remember when I was in the military, an incident transpired sometime in a state, and some people were looking through the window, even through the window. A flying bullet can meet you through the window. I've seen a lot of people being killed, because when you look at the distance, a bullet can travel 900 meters. A bullet travels 900 meters. That is that of a Kalashnikov. Travels 900 meters. That means if you shoot it from here, it would get to 4 Point Hotel. That is how far a bullet can travel. But that is not the killing range. It can get you injured. But the killing range of a Kalashnikov, which most of our security agents, I'm talking about Kalashnikov right now, because our police will be coming out with Kalashnikov, the military will be coming out with Kalashnikov, they might want to dispense their arms. Some of them, maybe they are not disciplined in arm control, release something. Somebody in his house, 900 meters, the bullet will meet him there. Now, when you come across a situation like that, don't run. You can't run faster than a bullet. I always advise my people, yes. Because I saw a lot of people, when an incident happens, they are shooting. Mommy. Your mommy is in the village preparing some stuff. No, it's not time for you to shout mommy. What you need to do is that try to look for the nearest place for you to lie down, take cover. Just keep crawling. Because bullets can meet you while you're running, because you can't run faster than a bullet. That is very important.
But what about, sorry to go, what about like if you lie down, there could be a stampede?
No, you can't lie down. That's why I say you have to run to the nearest cover. Nearest cover is place where you know you can find shelter, where you can take shelter. And if you are taking shelter, you have to be very careful the kind of shelter you're taking. For example, Jennifer, let me borrow your paper. Okay. There are two types of fire. I mean, most people, whenever there is a gunshot, people will just run for cover. They'll just go and hide. You have to be careful. You have to know the type of cover you're taking. Now, let's assume this is a shield, and there's a firing going on. And I do like this. I'm not taking cover from fire. I'm taking cover from view. Can you see my face? You can't, but the bullet will penetrate this. So ensure you don't take cover from view. cover from view, take cover from fire. Cover from fire are trees, pillars, irons, blocks, or whatever the case may be. So those are the kind of places you need to take cover. In the case of firing, instead of firing, then you crawl to the nearest cover, then try to take a departure from that scene. I answered your question?
Actually, I've actually learned something. I'm amazed.
You're teaching us like so much of security, and it's so fun and entertaining.
Yeah, because I've seen a situation whereby an incident was taking place in the northern part of the country. Some ladies tried to take cover from, like this board I'm seeing now is cover from view. The bullet penetrated it and killed them. So like this pillar now, back of you, when you take cover from there, the bullet will not be able to penetrate it. Even if it penetrates, it's going to weaken the strength and the impact of that. So make sure you are taking cover. Don't go and take cover with flower or carry flower tree and say be shouting and it should not work. So make sure you take cover from fire. And if you are running, make sure you don't run to danger, because I've seen people also run to danger. You're trying to run from safety to danger. So make sure you're not running to the enemy's camp as well. That's why you need to understand your terrain, where you are voting. Before that voting day, go around, check your polling unit, carry out an assessment of that environment, look at possible route you take in the case of any eventuality, so that you'll be able to find your way home, or whatever the case may be. That will be fine. So that is pre-election security assessment.
Thank you.
So there is this popular saying, like, and we're even talking about it in makeup. We talk a lot in the makeup room, right? So there's like, just wake up in the morning, go and vote and go back home. Like a lot of people are saying that. And then there is the other sect who would say, when you vote, sit down and guard your votes.
Okay.
So I would want you to address situations like that for people who are like, I need to go vote and come back home. So if all of us vote and go home, who is now there to ensure that there is credibility and that our votes are not being manipulated?
You're not voting and going back home. But it's not a force for you to vote and remain. You have already carried out your civic responsibility by voting. The credibility relies on in the hands of INEC officials and the what's it called, the agents, or whatever the case may be. But because of the space we find ourselves, where election is no longer credible, we are expected to stay. Yes, trust issues, trust psychology. We are expected to all stay behind and count our votes. You do know how many hours, for example, if you get there around 7 o'clock, you want to wait all through the time to get your vote counted. I don't think that is as advisable, but it's all about personal interest. It's all about your own personal, engagement. If you have something to do at home, you can go back home. But if you don't have friends to have gist with that very day, you're going to be lonely, or maybe there's no light. There's possibility that we will not have light, because this electricity issue said there's another problem in this country. So NEPA might decide to just shut down everybody. Everybody go out and vote, And when you get there, stay. Thank God for beavers. The whole essence of beavers, I think INEC have upped their game. The whole essence of big beavers, is it beavers or bivers? Beavers, very good. Has really mitigated the snatching of bucks. That is why most people want to stay behind and make sure their vote counts. But the beavers, I think, transmit your the results electronically, whatever the case may be. So I don't think it's important for us to all just wait and make sure. I said you want to get the polling officer to do the counting, and you go back on smiling and say your vote has counted.
Okay, I'm sure EC is burning.
Because I'm saying Sans is ready to wait and count and vote.
Actually, that is what I do. Like I sit down and I wait. And usually in my polling station, there's like all sorts of entertainment and music
that's
and
nice.
stuff.
That's
so
nice. That's very nice.
EC, please go ahead.
Sanjay, good to see you again. My question is still on the flight and fight mode. Basically, part of the questions or part of the things we're supposed to do in terms of being safe during the election is to look out for suspicious character. Okay. Now, these suspicious characters, how do we identify these suspicious characters? Because of course, in most cases, we might not have the time to go and report these suspicious characters. So what do we do when we see such before flight or fight?
Fantastic, Issy. Good one. I think you're a good student. She's listening. That's good. You see, there's what we call predictive profiling. When you get into an environment, that is why we have the eyes, we have the ears. We have the 5 sense organs. You're able to smell, you're able to see, you're able to, hear. Predictive profiling is for you to tell if something is going to transpire, or if something is going to happen or not. Predictive profiling can tell you that the environment you are, okay, just for example, now you get to your polling unit and all of a sudden you see some guys taking alcohol, smoking, you know, they are not ready to fight any person, but that's an indicator, first indicator that, hey, in the case of this result did not go well with these guys, there's possibility under the influence of alcohol or under the influence of their smoking, something might transpire. So on the fight or flight situation, it's not for you to go there and say, hey, today I'm going to fight, I'm going to take a flight. That is a probability in the case of an incident. When an incident transpired, do you want to take a fight or do you want to take a flight? Taking a fight is that you want to stand and fight. Remember, if you want to stand and fight, or you want to stand to fight those guys or whoever are involved, there's possibility you'll get injured. There's possibility you get killed. There's possibility you go blind. Now, the whole essence of election is not to split the blood. The whole election is not for us to share human blood. It's for us to look for people that will come and take us to the promised land. You know, this is the 8 years in this area administration. And for me, I keep saying it that what's happening in Nigeria is just like the closing ceremony of this present administration. The 8 years, I see it as personally being in the wilderness. So most of Nigerians, you can see, just like the three political parties, Peter Obi, Senator Tinubu, and Atiku, everybody are coming out to, you know, air their views. You can see banters from both parties everywhere. The tension is very high, whatever the case may be. So on that day, remember, some people will come there to, you know, discharge their grievances. So on the fight or flight issue is when an incident transpired. But if nothing happened, remain in your polling unit. Don't discuss about your political party. Don't go and start saying, Peter Obi, no, the guy tried. He went to Ajebule. You see the kind of people. There's a guy that stood on the road, opened his hand.
But,
man.
You know, truly, let's be honest, right? This is Nigeria. That is so hard because I go to the bank. Like when you queue up on the line, that's literally all the conversation you have around you.
Not election day.
People either complaining of how they're frustrated.
Yes.
Even on election day, like when you go out to vote, you would hear people like.
You hear people talk.
Yeah.
People talk.
You hear people.
We're talking
talk.
we're talking about personal safety now.
Yeah.
There's possibility you go and talk all through the day. There's possibility you go and gossip all through the day, and possibility you go home safely.
Yeah.
Are you with me? Yeah. Now we're talking about, should be case of any eventuality, what are the safety precautions you're supposed to take? Or for you to avert any possible crisis. Is it not better for me to keep quiet? We've seen people being beaten up because they put on Peter Obi's shirts here in Lagos. Is it on election day? You never can tell where the instigation factor is coming from. Somebody might say, if you see any person with this political shirt, beat him up. Why would you want to be the victim? So that's why we're here tonight.
Okay, I like what you said about predicting profiling.
Predictive profiling.
Predictive.
Yes, you profile somebody predictively. You know, you can tell his action, you know. When I came in here this evening, I look at the three of us and say, wow, this country is blessed. I don't even, frankly speaking, those guys jackpotting. I say, you guys don't look like people that will jackpot in the next 10 years. So at least three of you, I can see that you can, you know, carry on the campaign of say no to jackpottism.
Oh, wow.
I mean, talking about predictive profiling, and I mean, we know that some of these styles have a certain look, but then at the same time, the same way you're educating us on how to dress smart and how to look good, I feel like there are also people who would disguise.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to come there looking like the regular citizen, like you and me. They will look at us, or they'll probably see someone like me. I'm probably dressed like this coming to the polling units, and they probably, this guy has sense. So not knowing that I'm going there to cause chaos, I'm trying to break one bottle, one or two, that kind of thing. And I mean, talking about that, I also feel like it's important that people pay attention to these things.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like there might be somebody who is out there at the polling unit with you who is going to be smartly dressed. Doesn't necessarily mean they are there for peace.
You're very correct.
Yeah. So that's why he also said, like, make sure that you are at alert. It doesn't matter. Some people might be there for a long time. Probably be there for 3 hours. And then they're causing trouble and causing chaos. Because I feel like even if you look at the whole money, the Naira redesign thing, and even at the banks, sometimes you would not expect the people who are going to cause chaos to be the ones to cause chaos.
That is true.
You will never see it coming. But those are the people that they plant. And I feel like because we, as Nigerians, or even as humans, we profile people a lot. there is this certain look. We say, oh, this person looks like this, so you should be like this.
Yes.
But that might not necessarily be the case.
Yeah.
And because there's been a lot of profiling since 2020 up until now, I feel like a lot of people are going to these guys on that day. So it is important that you stay at alert. Me, I suspect everybody.
Okay. All right, when I was talking, just 30 seconds, when I was talking about dress smart, I'm not trying to let you define, I'm not trying to define how you appear. I'm trying to tell you, in the case of any incident, can you run with a high heel? If I check the two of you, everybody's putting on a high heel, you know? So can you run with a high heel? So dress smart. In the case of anything, so you can run. No, Sanzi have told the world clearly that she's athletic. Don't try her. So she can take a flight in the case of any incident. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Anyway, if you just tuned in, we're discussing 2023 election safety at polling units with Dixon Osaje. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You could also tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So yeah, I mean, we've been talking about profiling, we've been talking about how to dress, we've been talking about
general safety.
Streetwise.
Yes, being streetwise. I like that part as well. You know, when you see people, I always say to people, you see people that look a certain type of way, and then you want to start speaking English with them. You're going to get them agitated.
Yes.
Of course.
That's a valid point, especially Nigerians who are coming in from outside countries.
Hey, they should leave that man. Leave that man. And come, just bend your cap, stretch your cap when you come. Leave that man.
Blend in as much as you can.
You know, man is provocative. Just go to, hello, man, all this talking, man, who's body, man? No, they'll give you man slap, man.
Oh my goodness. They'll give you man slap.
No, the atmosphere is toxic now.
Yes, everybody's upset.
Everybody's upset.
A lot of frustration.
They're upset. When my car broke down this evening, the area boys came, they told me that I will give them 20,000 naira.
What?
So when the guy was talking, I now said, come, I will change it for you guys. So, do you want me to identify myself? I can give you guys something, but don't make it a must. So I tried to talk to them, and then I listened to them this evening, I feel so bad. Those guys says, they don't want to go into robbery, they don't want to go into stealing. This is how they feed. You understand? So 2023 is coming. We have the decision.
Yes.
Sorry, the decision is, the power is in our hands.
Yes.
To make Nigeria great again.
Right.
Make Nigeria great again.
Okay, I think we have some comments. Isi.
Okay. Yes, I was going to ask a question as well.
Please go ahead.
I was going to ask Dixon one more question. In terms of being at the polling unit, basically, we also have the security officials there. Aside from them, who else can we trust in the polling unit?
Well, over the years, we've seen security officers compromising the electionary system. Over the years, we've seen security officers trying to, support one or two particular parties. Just like in Port Harcourt 2019, we saw military officers aiding a particular party and whatever the case may be. So this time around, what we need to do is that, first of all, you trust yourself, trust yourself and believe in your instincts. Your instincts will never lie to you. Whatever your instinct tells you to do. It will not deceive you. Then it's true, you trust the security officers, but trust yourself before trusting any other person. And talk less that very day, because you don't know who, even the security agent might have compromised their duty call that very day. So for you, trust yourself. If for the ladies, we have personal self-protective equipment, and that's why I've advised ladies to have personal self-defense equipment.
Like pepper spray?
Pepper spray and some other stuff I wouldn't like to say on air. It's for your own self-defense. Because for me, I will not fold my hands for you to come and take me out. You can't take me out. For you to take me out, I take you out. So self-defense is very important. The reason why we're talking about self-defense is that we've seen the vulnerability of our security agent for so long. We've seen our Nigerians die so cheap for so long. Even our security agents, they are trained so hard and yet they are dying so cheap. See them being killed. Saturday is coming, God forbid, but there's possibility that we're going to have casualties. But I earlier said in security we don't say God forbid. But let me say God forbid for the purpose of this program.
Okay, Jennifer, you have comments, please.
All right, so we have a comment here. Give me a moment. Okay, let's talk at the polling units is the wisest thing to do on Saturday. Less talk, less problem. Stay safe, Nigerians, and vote wisely. And this is Raphael from Zaria.
Thank you so much, Raphael.
Okay. Well, this one says, stay safe and don't disclose whom you are voting for or had voted for. If you are identified as a staunch supporter of a certain candidate, please ensure that you avoid going to the area well known to be in opposition to your candidate. Most importantly, I advise that when final result is officially announced by INEC, refrain from staging a street protest. I heard what your guest said yesterday about matching if his candidate is robbed of victory. I do not agree with him. Go to court, please. You can take a step further by articulating and reporting same to the international community who are assuring us of punishing violators of this